All right. Today is Sunday, May 25th, 2025. 2025 0525. A lot of 2 and 5s in today's date. Anyway, today I'm just gonna play this game. Well, today's probably just be a bunch of demos actually. So this is like a demo of a game developed by, was it Vivid something? I have to double check. But you know, I played the games before and I liked it, so I want to check out this one as well. There's a demo out. I don't know when the demo was released, but I only found out about this recently. So I want to try it out. And also probably some other games, probably some other like demos I was thinking of playing. That's probably what I'll do today. This is one of those games though where when I alt tab it pauses. You know, I kind of don't like that. I want to like, you know, alt tab and do some other things. I can't do that because then the game pauses. Hold on. I'm gonna run a ad break, you know, on Twitch, like in the very beginning. It's weird because I only want to do that only because then people don't get ads if they view this stream within like an hour or so. I thought it was like 90 minutes before. No, it was only an hour? Or am I mistaken? I don't know. Anyway, like it turns off the pre-rolls or whatever. What I don't do, I don't use automatic ads because a lot of streamers use like automatic ads, you know, which they always complain that they can't turn off, but you can. Now, you do take a hit in terms of monetization if you do that because you're actually incentivized to use the automatic ad manager. But then, it plays an ad every like half an hour, which is like not ideal. You know, you can't really change it to more than like half an hour, or I can't remember what it was. Like, I think, it was an hour or half an hour, something like that. But either way, it just kind of plays an ad in the middle of a stream. And especially if you don't like take that into account, you know, you don't actually like take breaks in the middle of the stream, you know, and actually like, like BRB or whatever, then it just plays an ad in the middle while you're in the middle of like doing something, you know, and that just disrupts the whole flow or whatever, you know. Also weird with no music, but you know. Anyway, I was gonna play this game. I don't know. I feel like I want to go. I want to go on the whole rant. Hold on. Can I show it? Did I show this already? I'm going to show it again because I swear. It may be because I'm an affiliate, you know, maybe I don't see all of the options necessarily, but let me see here. Can I find the thing? Where's the ad thing? Ads. Welcome to the new ads manager. Hold on, let me see if there's anything like docs worthy. But I just want to complain about this real quick. You know, I swear every streamer, not every streamer, but some streamers I watch, they complain that, you know, on Twitch anyway, ads kind of play like automatically, right? Especially in the middle of them playing a game or like when they're just talking. It just kind of cuts them off. But like, that's only if you have the ads manager on. You see right here, I think by default it's on. And I believe you're incentivized to keep it on because then you get like an extra, you know, bonus incentive, bonus special, you know, you get like 20 extra cents, you know, per ad view or whatever. But either way, I have it off. And I think, but automatically it plays a half minute ad every 60 minutes. So every hour, it just plays it automatically, which, you know, in the stream, it doesn't make sense because unless you like are really on time with your like commercial breaks, I guess, it just kind of like cuts off like random moments while you're streaming. And you can like change the manual here, but I think I already changed it, I think. Yeah. Hold on, how do I can't move it. I don't know why. Or maybe it's because I don't have it on or whatever. I don't know, whatever. Either way. I think you can... Normally you can move it. I remember you can move it and stuff. I don't know. But you can make it even shorter or whatever, but like, you know, you can't make it like every like 2 hours, you know, every 3 hours. It doesn't work like that, as far as I remember. Like, auto snooze the ads if you wanted to, but like it still plays the ad later anyway. because by default on Twitch, when you open a stream, there is a pre-roll, as in like an ad plays as soon as you open the stream. So that's why if you're not using the ads manager, then you have to manually play the ads, so that it disables it for like an hour or so, which is still annoying, but like at least that's better. I feel like that's at least playing by Twitch's rules anyway. It's better than automatic. Like automatic just doesn't make any sense for like a live stream, Also, hello Blue Dragonfly. I'm just complaining about ads on Twitch again, as usual. Mainly, I'm complaining about, again, maybe I shouldn't blame the content creators necessarily. Obviously, it's mostly Twitch's fault. But I do feel like when Twitch streamers, they complain that, oh no, the ads are playing, oh well, nothing I can do. It's like, yeah, there's something you could do. You could turn it off. You could turn off the ads manager and then manually play the ads. Or you just leave the pre-rolls. Pre-rolls aren't great, but like, it's better than mid-rolls, Because otherwise, if you have the ads manager on, it just plays mid-rolls, like in the middle of your stream. And that's so annoying. Anyway. What am I doing? Stream session again. I'm gonna play this game. I'm gonna play Purgatory's Flower. I wish there was some background music. Is there like OST I can find? I don't know if there is. OST. Lyric video? No, that's not it. Game OST? I don't think it exists. Well, whatever. I'm gonna play this game. Purgatory's Flower seems to be some kind of horror dating sim. Again, normally I don't really play dating sims, ironically, despite being a huge weeb. But if you add horror on top of it, I'm like, okay, I'm more interested. It doesn't say horror. Oh, no, okay, so it does say horror over here. So, you hate when ads play automatically when you're watching live, then you miss part of the game, have no idea what's going on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, mid-rolls are the worst. I always try to disable mid-rolls as much as possible. Let me know, by the way, if ads play in the middle, like while I'm in the middle of doing something. Because I try my very best to turn that off. For some reason, again, I ranted about this before, but like, there's a trend, right, on like online media and the big platforms like YouTube and Twitch of making everything more like TV, right? Like the classic like TV shows when like a commercial break would play on and everything, right? But like the whole point of online media is that it isn't like TV, That's what drew people, at least me anyway, that's drew me to like watch more like, YouTube over just like not classical, but normal like TV shows or whatever. But then you try and make it more like mainstream TV shows where you have to have a commercial break. Like, what's the point then? It doesn't feel organic anymore. It feels like a commercial product, I guess. Anyway, Purgatory's Flower. It looks interesting. I like the art a lot. I remember in the previous game, because I played a game from them before, Vivid Selfish. I played Love Alone Death, which is a weird title, by the way. But I liked it, actually. It was like really surreal, and like a good art style, quite violent near the end, I feel like, as well. But, it has all the aspects I like in a anime horror-ish type game, I guess. The only criticism I think I had was like maybe the translation was a little bit off. I don't remember actually. Was it this game or some other game? But I know this game, originally I think is in Korean, something like that. And so translations might be a little bit off. So I couldn't really understand the story very well, but I still like the visuals and the symbolism and everything. Because you visit the characters' dream worlds, I believe. And again, it gets a little gory, which is, I don't know, adds a little spice. So I want to check out this one, It's just a demo, though. Apparently, it's a release in September 2025. I was thinking if it was in English or not, but I think it is. It says there is in English. And when I opened the game, it was in English, so. They also have another game, I think. Little Uni? I have it in my library. Also free to play. But I never tried it because it just says, Yeah, there's no like horror tag. It doesn't seem to be like a horror tag necessarily, or a horror game rather. So I just never really played. I mean, this screenshot is kind of like, you know, weird. Like, what is this? This character looks distressed. Other than that, though, it seems to be just not really that sinister or anything like that. It's just a cute little point-click adventure game, which is fine. But, you know, probably not something I would love playing because, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I would enjoy it because I much prefer the craziness, you know, of like their other game. I don't know if this game will have it too. Maybe I shouldn't expect it really, but like, you know, it's just tagged as cute, you know, cute. So I'm just expecting like Dora the Explorer, you know, swiper, no swiping, you know, that's it. It's like, okay, but like not that interesting to me. I don't know. Maybe there is a horror twist, but I never played it, you know? You have to let me know if there's a horror twist. If there is a horror twist, then I'm more likely to play it. Oh. It's just short, cute game. Yeah, everyone just says it's a short, cute game. Cute metaphors. Yeah, okay. I don't know. It's a cozy game, you know? You know, there's a term I only really learned relatively recently is the term like cozy games, you know, like Animal Crossing or Stardew Valley, you know, or like it's a nice little game where there's not much happening, you know, and you just kind of like mindlessly play the game. I have the opposite opinion. I actually do not like cozy games. I want the opposite. I want uncozy games. I want like, you know, a lot of things happening. I want drama and conflict, at least in fiction anyway. Drama and conflict in real life, that's annoying. But like in a video game, I don't know. I much prefer it because there's no consequence, of course. You know, people are the characters, you know, being affected by whatever drama it is, they're not real, so it's fine. Anyway, yeah, this game and then some other demos, I guess, that I was planning on playing in the past. That's probably what I'll do. I don't know how long it is though, because it's just a demo. I don't imagine it to be very long, but I guess we'll see. And I guess before I continue, let me just, I don't know. I'm just switching to scene now. I'm just trying to copy and paste something. Don't know if that will, I never know, you know, will it dox me or not, but I'm just trying to copy and paste the little warning, because this is a horror game, so I'm going to put, like, some of the games I play may contain mature content, blah, 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 you know? Which I don't know if anyone will look at when you, like, pin a message. But I'll just put there just in case. And if someone complains, they come in and be like, what the heck? Why is her head being chopped off and blood splurting everywhere? And I could point at the pinned message and be like, actually, I already warned you. You didn't read. Because I feel like most people don't read, actually. I don't know. You know that the meme? What was that meme? Like Simpsons meme? Like, or was it? I can't remember. Like, not Simpsons. It was I don't know why I'm thinking Simpsons. It was a different one. It was a different character. It was Arthur, right? Arthur. Like the Arthur's little sister, she looks at a sign, you know, and she says like, this sign would stop me if only I knew how to read, you know, or something like that. Nobody does that. Nobody reads. Language? Oh, okay. Well, I have to change. Okay, there you go. Actually, I did have to change the language there. I didn't know. So that seems to be Korean. So I think originally it's in Korean. If I had to guess, it looks like it. You know, for some reason, the Korean in my head, like, basically has a bunch of circles. You know, it's basically Japanese, except it has a lot of circles. It's very round, you know? So therefore, Korean. Because I do recognize Japanese. Because Japanese basically is just using the same characters from Chinese. So it's just Chinese characters, for the most part. With the exception of hiragana, katakana, which is, like, exclusive to Japanese. Otherwise, most of the actual words in Japanese is kanji, which is taken from the Chinese language, or Chinese alphabet, I guess. Not really an alphabet, though, because the characters kind of represent it's like the equivalent of like a word in English. So imagine like every single word in the English language, like in a dictionary, and now imagine Japanese, or Chinese even, and each word having its own character, you know, which is not super accurate because sometimes, you know, characters have multiple meanings, but you know, almost like kind of similar, or like every character is its own like word. Now imagine like memorizing, you know, all that, you know. I think there's like a number of characters you need to memorize to be like fluent in like Japanese, and I never got to that point. So I'm incredibly not fluent at all, actually, even though being a big weeb. Oh well, I'm just kind of too lazy to like learn a whole new language. I already tried and I was like, it's kind of hard. Anyway, but let's just start this game, Purgatory's Flower. Hold on. Excuse, I felt a burp coming on, so I just did a weird thing where like, you know, you burp, but like you don't make it loud. You know, you burp and anyways, that's disgusting. Anyway, but yeah, let's start this game, I guess. Let me check the volume, actually. I guess it's alright. Again, hopefully my voice isn't being overpowered, or with my voice overpowering the game itself. I do feel like sometimes, I mean, depending on what kind of headphones or speakers you're using, I feel like the audio balance is sometimes out, or off rather. Did I say out? No, off. Because when I listen to my headphones, you know, it sounds balanced. But then when I listen to speakers, you know, it feels like the game is too low. So I can't tell sometimes, which is better. Anyway. But let's, yeah, do a little intro. Developer's name is, I believe, Vivid Selfish, right? Vivid Selfish. Vivid Selfish. In fact, I'm gonna look it up again. What was it? Vivid Selfish. Vivid Selfish. Okay. Yeah. Hello and welcome to Purgatory's Flower, a horror game developed by Vivid Selfish, available on Steam. This is just a demo though, but I did play one of the developer's previous games actually on the channel, and I really liked it because it was like really surreal and had really good art and everything. So I want to check out this game as well. Apparently you're in hell, and also you're dating like some girls, some ladies, you know, who are in like hell prison or something like that. I guess we'll see what happens. I guess a little bit of a content warning though. This game is tagged as horror, so there may be some disturbing elements. Viewer discretion is advised. Let's begin the new game. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I mentioned it like specifically, but yeah, this is a horror like dating sim in particular. I guess see what happens. Let's see. Benny says, "Hello, welcome. Other than me to join my adventure, this is a company in hell. That is, people up there tells us, people up there tell us the prisoner's worst nightmare. And the prisoners pay for their sins as they suffer through pain of cutting off their body parts." Okay. 20 normal prisoners plus 2 special ones. Was it 3? Well, anyways. Not that I take care of them, my predecessor does. They told me it's really dangerous. Not sure though. Anyways, I was one of the normal prisoners too. I was a special case. I think they were running out of staff members. They called me out one day and told me to watch the prisoners. So that's why I take care of the prisoners in hell and take them to their rooms. Okay, so I guess we're Benny. I don't know why there's a comma there, by the way. Why is there a comma after her name? I'm not sure. But we're Benny. We used to be a prisoner, and we just go to hell. And then, you know, it's like, you know what they say is like, you go to hell and you get tortured for all eternity. But I guess specifically in this kind of hell, you do the thing, you know, what's it called? Spoilers for a very, very old, like, book, I guess, for, like, 1984. Literally 1984, you know? You go to, like, a room and then you face your worst fears or whatever as a punishment. I guess that's what it is. Something like that. Oh, you're curious what's in their room? Well, they probably made an environment where the prisoners can suffer at the maximum state. It is hell. Some scream their tongue out, And some even lose their minds. Oh, but sometimes I can hear someone singing. Babies. Or babies? No, baby cries as well. As in you hear baby cries. I don't know, actual babies or in hell. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the rules are. Well, nothing makes someone go crazy as well as baby cries. Maybe they just play it through a speaker, you know? Think. It looks like a normal company from the outside. But I earned the position of a model prisoner to take care of the other devils. Although I am a prisoner myself, I'm just like them. I felt weird when the devils didn't send me to a cell and treat me like a reserve devil. As if I have a talent. I got sick of it. So I decided to get out. It was no fun, too. That would work, right? Nobody cares, and devils are too busy with the prisoners. I can just get out, right? I can escape. Luckily, the devil who's in charge of me was busy, and I just simply stole the key. It was that easy. Very just casual. Such an idiot. My devil was just too stupid. I'm sure that's the way. The devil who took care of me went there every day. It has to be, right? Okay, I don't know why. I feel like I got shorter hair now, suddenly. Is it just me? Or is it always that way? Or there's the door. Look at my hand. Of course, I brought the key. Aha. Ta-da. Anything else to look at? I guess that's it. Right? Or do I drag the key to the door? Oh, there you go. Ta-da. I leave. It's that easy. I won the game. Oh, no. We should just stop all these things. You know that there's no use even if we talk about it. Okay, who? It's very Korean. I don't know how to pronounce it though. Who? But we were so happy. You can't just finish it like this. It's just that we don't seem right for each other, and I need to study too. But we hung out together after school and we had sleepovers at my place. I even waited for you on that rainy day. In front of your house, just to give you a pair of shoes. You really think there weren't any feelings? Please, just think it over one more time. Just one more time, please. I know that we're not meant to end like this. My thoughts won't change, even if you ask again. All those studies and college entrance? Or all those studies and college entrance? I mean, I guess entrance exams is what they mean? College entrance exams. I could only bear it because of you. It was only for you. I even stole the answer sheets. That's cheating. Fought with the teachers. Got some questions wrong on purpose. I did that only for you. Just to get your grade up. You still don't get it. I hated what you did for me. You buried the rats just because I didn't like them. All those snacks you brought saying those are for me. Those workbooks saying I will like them. I said I don't need them. Did you even like me? Okay, oh, I can move the thing here. We're suddenly over here, by the way. Why are we over here? Is this one of the nightmare rooms? You know? It's a nightmare. Oop. What? I liked you. I wanted to do everything for you. Because I liked you. I don't need them. I'm getting sick of it. Eon, I mean it. I don't know how to pronounce it, sorry. We're done. I don't feel the need to talk about it anymore. You betrayed me. You're doing me wrong. What? So what? Traitors have to pay for what they did. Huh? Stab. I just wanted to be loved. Huh? And we're over here now. Because we're Benny. We're not Young whatever. This is the wrong room. I think it's the cell for the special prisoner. Young. Okay, well, she's Young. Okay, I couldn't tell. Just from the sleeves. You know, I can only see her sleeves, and that's it. How do you pronounce, by the way? Young? Hold on, can I alt-tab real quick? Hey, it's from the Young? Pronounce? Well, I have to, like, find the not Japanese, Korean characters to actually find a way to pronounce it, because I don't know how to pronounce it otherwise. Yeah. I can't really translate it because it's not like in Korean. Do I have to like use a video? I always hate videos. You know, Korean name. Anna Talks. I'm gonna go to Anna Talks. How to pronounce this never works, by the way. How to pronounce.com. It's like let me see. This one.
Young.
Young?
Young.
I don't know.
Young.
That's like too fast. I can't even hear what they're saying. What? Is that right? I don't know. I don't know what that is. How to pronounce.com is just people submitting random clips, and I don't know if that's even how you pronounce it. There's Wikipedia. How do you pronounce it, though? I don't know how to pronounce it. Oh, it says over here, though. What about this? What if I use this? There we go. Detect language.
Unyang.
What?
Unyang.
Unyang?
Unyang.
Unyang?
Unyang.
Unyang?
Unyang. Unyang.
I don't know Korean. Unyang.
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 Unyang. Unyang?
Unyang. Unyang.
I wish it was slower.
Unyang.
English.
Union.
Unyang.
Unyang.
Unyang. I don't know. Unyang. I'm assuming it's Unyang. 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 Unyang who? Who? As in like who? As in WHO who? Who? Who's Unyang? No, I don't know where I can find like a way to pronounce who, but I guess it's just pronounced who, I'm assuming. Unyang who? Unyang who? Unyang who? I'm probably pronouncing it incredibly wrong. You know, I wasn't one of those people who like grew up with like K-pop, I feel like. You know, I remember like back in long time ago, many ages ago, in high school, there were some people who like K-pop stuff. You know, I was a fucking anime nerd, so I like Japanese things or anything from Japanese, you know, anime and stuff. But like some people were like into like K-pop. You know, K-pop has like its own like thing, own culture. I feel like K-pop stands or whatever. So some people were like, you know, into that kind of thing, but I wasn't. So I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce Korean names or Korean words. But Unyang. So that was Unyang actually. So it wasn't, because I thought, to be honest, I really thought it was like a heteronormative situation, you know, actually, because I couldn't really tell, and the text was like blue, you know. I associate blue with like masculinity for some reason, but it's not that actually. It was totally just toxic Yuri, I guess. You know, it was just like a girl doing things for another girl and then getting rejected, and then she pushed her, I guess, and you know, and freaking stabbed her. Yandere, you know, yandere lesbian. Anyway. I'm the new jailer. Is that so? I'm doomed if she finds out. No. Act natural. And get out as soon as I'm done with the drill. So I should, I'm also thinking like Benny, like it's hard to tell because Benny sounds like obviously like a masculine name as well, but I guess Benny is also a woman. I mean, in the very beginning, in the first CG you saw, I think it looked, you know, they look feminine, so I'm assuming Benny is a woman. Again, to me, Benny is like a masculine name, right? I could be wrong. Also, hello, Vanilla. I'm just playing like a horror dating sim. where you're in hell, and then you try to escape hell, but actually hell is full of like, I guess, nightmare rooms, you know, with people who have, you know, an infinite nightmare of their own creation, and that's kind of like their punishment. Anyway, let's see. I guess we just look around. This is also a point-click game, so we just kind of look at things. That's my bag. Don't touch it. You do realize that I'm the jailer. As if I care. Just take the hands and stop. I was turning in my hands without complaining. Turn in your hands? Can't we talk about this in the 5th period? It's not the 5th yet. Okay, it's like a school. Can we talk about it? Okay, so yeah. Nettle. Can I talk to you? I already forgot how to pronounce it. Yoon-young? Hello. I check the condition. Right now, it's the 3rd period. I hope the 5th won't come. But I should do what I should do. 4th period? Yes. 4th period is self-studying time, where everyone works on the exercise questions. The timetable is on the chalkboard. 3rd period is almost over. She seems important? It's kind of, again, translation I feel like is slightly off. Sometimes the sentences just don't flow well, and I think it's because it was just translated wrong. But she seems important? I don't know, that doesn't sound right. Anyway, she seems important, I should just act natural. I don't know, it could be like, maybe she seems like the main person, like the main prisoner in this area. Maybe that's what he means. Or she means. I don't know, again, Benny, for some reason, I keep thinking it's a man because Benny is like a masculine name in my head, but I think the main character we're playing as is a woman as well. I'm just thinking, you know, because this is a dating sim, and if she's into women, you know, obviously the main character has to be a woman too, right? I mean, unless she's bi. Anyway, trash can. Anything in the trash? Nothing? Empty. Empty like my wallet. You know, not my soul, my wallet. Opened? Why is there a D? Opened. Notepad. Okay. Look at the memo? Yes. Let's see. I don't know what this means. Huh? This is actually... I don't get it. What does this mean? It's not Korean, right? I don't think so. Because I just see... When I see circles... Again, when I see circles, I just think it's Korean or something, but it's not. Because I'm just saying, like, if this game isn't translated, like, if this isn't translated, that would be really bad, because I wouldn't be able to solve the puzzle. I mean, it looks like H's, I guess? H, but then what's this? I don't know what this is. It looks like a cup with water, you know? Like a weird... I mean, not a cup, but like a tube or something, you know? Like a test tube. With like some water, you know? And this looks... I mean, this looks like a Japanese character, actually. But it isn't. I don't know. I don't know how to read this. What the heck is this? What's this? Nothing happens. Okay, well, obviously we can change this. I guess, you know, we can change the time. We can also go over here as well. There's more to explore. More nettle? Ouch, bricky. Lights? Well, what are these disgusting ornaments? Hongdan. Excuse me? Yes, hello. Your face seems to have changed a bit. No? It used to be... not that I see you up close. You are someone else. Well, it doesn't matter. Now that I think about it, I think I heard that normal prisoners, have connections with special ones in the same cell, I guess. I'm trying to read the sentence because, or read the sentence differently because I feel like the original sentence doesn't seem right. Anyway, you know, basically normal prisoners, I guess, are the ones with the weird heads. So they're like the, you know, background characters, right? They're not cool enough, but the special ones keep their form, I guess. That will make them suffer more. I guess she's one of them. I can probably ask some questions, right? You know, if you're like a NPC, I guess, you're just not as cool. You don't get the special hell treatment. You're just a background character, I guess. What does the jailer normally do here? Excuse me, but I'm new here. Do you know what my predecessor did when she was here? You don't know that? It's my first time. Is it? That's a lie, actually. This room is for Yoon Young-hoo. It's to return the pain she went through when she was in school. The jailer has to cut off her hands when the 5th period comes. Is that it? What was it? Oh yeah. You have to report it using the phone outside of the room. You seem to know the details pretty well. Well, your predecessor was very talkative. Thank you for telling me. Okay. Predecessor, as in the previous jailer. Was the previous jailer also like just another prisoner? Or were they like a devil? I got some scissors. Scissors! Hooray! Timetable. 3rd period is 10 to 10:10. 10 minutes? That's the 3rd period. 4th period is 10:10 to 10:50. And lunch is 1:20, 1:50. Okay. And obviously, after that, I guess is like 5th period, which is what everyone's dreading for some reason. 3rd period. 4th period. Can't remember that. It's kind of hard. I use scissors on this. There you go. We got workbook. It's locked. Okay. It's not just the nettles. This locker seems too old to open. Okay. So these ones don't do anything. Unless I have some kind of key, I guess. Alright. I guess that's it. Oh, there you go. Now I can like... For some reason I couldn't like get anything from this closet when I opened it. That's a glitch! That's a bug, developer. That's a bug. When you open the locker initially, I couldn't click on it, I think. It just says opened, you know? Open D, which is also a typo, I feel like. Why is it opened? I guess that's it. Or maybe it wasn't a bug, I don't know. I thought I could take this broom, I guess not. Anyway, I got Clorox. What does Clorox do? Let's see here. Anything else? It's usually the 5th period. Hello. Right now it's 3rd period. Okay. So I guess the next thing I should do is put it in 4th period. I can put it at 10:10 to 10:50. 10:10, 10:50. Is that correct, by the way? The 3rd period seems to be like 10 minutes. That doesn't seem right to me. Why is it like 10 minutes? Seems very short. Also, can I save? It doesn't seem like it, which sucks actually. Now see, I wonder if there's multiple solutions, right? Just like in the other game. What's it called? I already forgot. Love Alone Death or something like that. You know, the developers like previous game. There were multiple solutions actually. Doing multiple, or rather like finishing a section in a different way actually allows you to get different endings. So of course this is just a demo, so I don't know if that applies at the moment. Alright, 10:10 will be, I guess... I can't read clock hands, you know? Do they mean like 10:10, like literally 10:10, or do you mean like as in the minutes? Oops. Oh, wait, so it's 9 right now. Okay, so no, wait. Okay, this is the hour. Okay. See, I can't read analog clocks. I always have a digital watch, by the way, and I never look at an analog clock because I hate analog clocks. I can't tell exactly what time it is because it's a circle. Like, you know, and it's like, how do I know the precise seconds between each minute, you know? It's hard to tell. I guess, well, sometimes they do have like a second hand as well, but anyway. But I also have a hard time memorizing the actual like minutes between the times and everything, right? But I guess it's like, okay, let me see. So it's 9 over here. So this is 30 and this is 15. So this is 20. So 9:20 at the moment. But I want it to be 10. 10 o'clock. Should be the other way around. Right? Should be over here. Oops. Oh, now it's 12. That's not right. Okay, so it's 10 o'clock. Why does it go this way? Am I crazy? I thought the clock is supposed to go clockwise. Why is it going backwards? Or maybe that's intentional. I don't know. But what about over here? Okay, so what about over here? So 10 o'clock, 10:05, around 10:10-ish over here. Is that right? Let me double check real quick. It's the 4th period. Okay, now it's the 4th period. You should study. My exercise book is... I don't know. She's still just filing her nails. Okay. Well, I do have a textbook. Here we go. Shall we study? Sure. Question 1. Choose a different one from below. Okay. I don't know any of these. Tongdan, Lespazida, bush clover? I don't understand the question. What is Lespadiza? Lespadiza. I'm gonna look that up. Lespazida. Is that even English? Well, it says here it's bush clovers. Okay. It's just another name for bush clover. Actually, I don't even know what a bush clover is. I'm assuming some kind of plant. I guess it's just this. It's just some kind of plant. Or Japanese clovers. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so Lespazida and bush clover are the same thing. Hongdan is what we saw before as the other character, I think, but I don't know. What's Hongdan? Don't know. It's a village? And Cheongdan. I don't know. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I don't know. I don't know what they're asking for exactly. I don't know what the answer would be. I'm assuming boar? I'm gonna choose boar because it's a pig, right? Are boars pigs, by the way? I don't know if they're in the same species, but I choose pig. Wrong. Damn it. What? I don't understand the question. Any other hint somewhere? Do you know the answer? You're Hongdan, right? It's the same dialogue, I think. I don't know what the answer would be. I don't understand the question. Which of these are different? I don't know. I don't know what any of these are. Oh, I can do this again. Choose the different one from below. I choose bush clover. Wrong. Okay, trial and error. I don't know. Which is annoying. I never like to brute force any kind of puzzle. It's annoying to me. I want to find the right answer naturally. I guess Lespazida? No, that's wrong. What's the answer? Is it Hongdan? Wrong? Okay, so it's Hongdan? Okay, but why? Why is it that one? I don't understand. Wakarimasen. Which of the following is the most precious? How would I know? Hongdan? Wrong. Okay. Is there any answers I can find somewhere else, maybe? Maybe I don't know it because, some eyeballs. Maybe I need more information, you know? Alright, grab another workbook just for fun, I guess. Duplicate items. Duping the items, I guess. Clorox. What do I use Clorox for? It's bleach, right? That's what Clorox is, I think? Why would I want to bleach something? Oh, wait, what's this? What's this pot? Give me your blood. Huh? Give me your blood. Wait for lunch. Okay. Here, have the Clorox? I guess not. Okay, so maybe I can't solve the puzzle in the 4th period yet, so maybe I'll go to lunchtime. What is lunchtime? It is 1:20 to 1:50. 1:20, 1:50, 1:20, 1:50. How do I... Oh, that's weird. It's in the minute hand. But I can't change it to lunchtime. It doesn't... I can't move it to lunchtime. I don't know how to change it to lunchtime. I mean, it's 12 o'clock. Is that lunchtime? On the timetable, it's not, though. Lunch. It's 1... It says 1:20. I don't get it. What was it? Let's see. Yeah, still 4th period. Want some scissors? Want Clorox? Want this notepad? What is this? What do you mean? It's in Korean. I can't read Korean. Developer, you didn't translate this part. So I don't understand it. What's this? Exit? Oh, that's weird. It doesn't really exit anything. Nani desu ka? Okay, well, let me screenshot it, I guess. Hold on. I don't know, it would be helpful, but like... I'm just gonna screenshot it. Go to translate Google. Images. Translate the thing here. Oh, no, oops. I chose Japanese accidentally. Okay. It's not very helpful, to be honest. It just says trees according to season, which I don't think that's true. I think it's plants according to the season. June is peonies. July is this. August is silvergrass. September is chrysanthemum, I guess? I don't know. That's what Google says. I'm not sure if that's entirely correct. I don't know how helpful that is. I don't know how to proceed other than, like, I guess just brute forcing the questions. I guess that's all I can do. Different one from below. I swear these translations don't seem right, you know? What's boar? What's Jeongdan? Maybe that's Korean for something, right? It could be like a thing where it's actually in Korean, but like, why is it in Korean? It's not in English then. I don't understand. Okay, what's different? So I think it was this one, Jeongdan, whatever. What's boar then? What's the most precious? Boar. Well, apparently it's boar. Why is it boar? I don't know. What month is it today? Okay, well that's based on the notepad. Actually, the note we just got. So I'm assuming... Let me see. Again, it's weird because the English person won't be able to solve this. You know, but I think it's according to the season. So we're just looking at all the plants here. And it seems like the nettle, apparently, according to the game, I actually don't know what a nettle is. I'm not much of a botanist, to be honest. But it seems like it's July, right? Because this is the picture that shows the plant that's grown all over in the classroom. So, probably July. I'm finished. It's lunchtime now. Thank you for the help. Okay, well. Lunchtime. There are no tablewares. Do you usually eat alone like this? Can I join? I'll think about it. Okay. Lunchtime. But no utensils, I guess. Again, I don't like the freaking... I don't like the fact that this is not translated, by the way. Developer, you didn't translate this. Hello? And also the fact that, I couldn't understand the questions from the workbook. Like, I'm assuming you're supposed to pick, what's out of place, and it's like, but half of the words are still in Korean. So I don't know. Nettle. You're Nettle, right? Your name is Nettle, so you're just Nettle. But also there's Nettle on the lockers that we already cut. But I still don't know what boar means. Boar? Boar? Where would we have found the answer to, like, what's the most precious thing to her? Like, boar? Maybe that's a Korean word, actually, but they translated it wrong? I'm not sure. Anyway. Well, let's look at the pot, because it said, like, to interact with it at lunchtime. Give me your blood! Where's my blood? I don't know. I don't know how to give blood. I cut the light. I stab its eye. Yeah. That's locked. Never mind. You want some scissors? Aren't I supposed to cut off your hands or something? Apparently that's what I'm supposed to do. Nothing there. I can't touch the clock anymore. Can't really do anything with that character anymore. Not until 5th period. This one wants blood. How do I give blood? Trash can has nothing, it seems like. Nowhere else I can go, right? That's kind of it. Point-click games. This is why I don't like point-click games. They take forever to figure out because I don't know what to click on. I cut you. I prune your face. Huh? What? No? Trash can. Clorox on the trash can? I'm just doing random things now until something happens. I'd have to eat, but I have no tableware. Maybe this? No. Somehow, like, I was thinking, like, Clorox somehow could be used as, like, a way to de-rust something. I don't know. That's not right. I cut your feet. Okay, scan the whole thing. I'm gonna scan one by one. Like this. Until I find something. So I'm missing something, apparently. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm missing it here. Oh, there you go. It's just open it here. I thought when I clicked on it, I thought it said the entire locker was locked. There's another workbook here. But Handan said, that's mine. Don't take it. Do you study too? It may not seem like it, but I come in second after the boar for studying. Boar? She's a kid who passed away right before. Anyway, she came in the first. Or she came first. Or she came in first. She always stays together, In Young-hoo. She seemed to be in real shock after Bor passed away. Is that so? Okay. Well, now I know. Okay, well there you go. So that at least gives you the answer. So I brute forced it, which I didn't like doing. But now I understand that this is where you're supposed to get the hint. I didn't realize because when I clicked on this, I thought that meant it says locker, right? When you hover over this and you hover over this and you hover over that, it just says locker. So I just assumed the entire thing was locker, right? Just like this one. I couldn't click on the other ones, you know. So I just assume, because of game design, that implies that the other locker plays by the same rules. I don't know. I don't know if it's because of the point-click game genre or something like that, but like, I feel like, you know, I feel like it's inherent in point-click games. Those are locked though, so there's nothing else I can open anyway. So that was just a hint, however, for about Bor, and that's kind of it. Anything else you can click on? Too low to open. Can I not use the knife? Or not the knife, the scissors, rather. Well, we learned about the Bor, but that's kind of it. And nothing else. No actual progression. It's nice to know that there is an actual way to find out the answer for the questions. At least one of the questions. I still don't know the other question about, like, you know, which one is not like the others. I guess it's like... okay, I get it now, you know, because the first question showed like a bunch of different names, like Hondan, Netto, whatever, and like... Not Netto, but like, it showed like the clover thing, whatever. Which is confusing because I don't think we know about any clovers around here, actually, but it showed it twice for some reason. So I just assume, like, they mean the same thing, you know, less... What's it? I already forgot what it's called, but something less to death or whatever. The scientific name for, like, the clover name. The clover plant. And so the other names were, like, Hongdan and Bor. And so the only thing left missing would be the Chung Hyung something, you know, which, I guess, Chongdan, I think, which was left out. Because it doesn't match any of the other, you know, words, I guess. I still don't know how to progress, however. Just gonna scan the whole thing until I find something. I don't see anything. Nothing at the bottom. No tableware. Ah, lunchtime. Give me your blood. I don't know how to do that. I want scissors? Here, have some scissors. No? Want some Clorox? Nothing of you. It's like, it's annoying. Nothing of you. Oh, I'm already stuck. So, man, you know, I want to like this game. I'm always stuck at the puzzles. I felt like that did happen a few times actually in the previous game. Actually, I guess this is every puzzle game. I do like the idea though. I like the idea that it's like a surreal, like, a dream sequence, you know? So if the puzzles do feel a little bit more thematic to the actual narrative, I guess. Which I prefer, actually. I don't like it when puzzles have nothing to do with the plot, actually. The first thing I think of is like the Zero Escape series. Or like it's just a weird puzzle that like has very little to do with the actual plot. Like, here's a random puzzle. You put these little chess pieces together, you know? And like, this chess piece has nothing to do with the actual story, but like, you know, you need to do it to go to the next room. Just because, hee hee. I don't know. That's how I feel, at least for most puzzles in that series. Anyway, Clorox on a timetable, no? Cut the timetable, no? I cut this, no? I cut time itself. I cut your hair? I remember actually, in the other game, you know, you cut someone's hair actually, and... well, it's either a good or a bad thing. I remember, I can't remember. I think it was a bad thing if you did that. I don't know how to proceed. I don't think there's much information about this game. If I want to look up a guide, I don't think there is a guide. Ornaments. Like, maybe there's something to do with these lights? Why is this one called Light 1? That's just weird. And this one's just called Light. No, Light 1, Light 2? No, just Light 1 and just Light. Clorox on the eyeballs. Anything new with you? No, nothing? It's the same dialogue, I'm assuming? Cut off her hands in 5th period. Using the phone outside. What phone? I don't see a phone. And that's just a pause. How do I give blood? You know? I can't mess with time anymore. It's annoying. But I mean, maybe it's a good thing because then it doesn't matter if you mess with the time or not. Maybe I use this key. What? But like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, I guess use the key. Because the key was used to open the door to this place. Why would it also open this locker? That makes no sense. Hello? A key doesn't do that. As far as I know. I mean, maybe, I don't know, like maybe, I guess you could do that in real life where you can like, for some reason, have the same lock for some other random thing for the same key, I guess, if you really want to do. But like, you know, in terms of video games anyway, one key goes to one thing forever. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't somehow like open some other thing. That's not how keys work. Anyway, whatever. What's this? What's this? Huh? Isn't that Boar's locker? How'd you open it? Book. Which book is it? I'll check. Should I read this book? Sure. I guess I should read it. Hongdan, Boar, Lesbadiza, and Bush Clover are in the same group. Okay, well here's the actual hint for the actual workbook that I brute forced accidentally. Okay. It reads, and I'm the most precious of the four. Okay, so that, again, that's just the answer to the workbook, though. It doesn't actually let me progress. Okay, it doesn't allow me to open the locker next to it, though, so it's just, these are both just the same locker, I guess, for some reason. I guess that's it. So, you know, Boar, Hongdan, and Lesbazida, whatever, or Bush Clover, I guess. They're all in the same group, so like, you know, the idea is that that's the answer for the first question that she asked us. Again, I already progressed that beyond that point, so I don't know what to do now. Unless I'm soft locked somehow? I mean, I did kind of do it in the wrong order, so I do wonder if that's a thing. Somehow I haven't found use of this Clorox, though. I'm gonna double check every single locker, no? Is there nothing else? Oh gosh. I don't know what to do. The key's gone, so it's nothing to do with the key anymore though. Like, obviously to proceed, I need to give her, like, utensils, but, like, there's no hint of any kind of utensils anywhere. I wouldn't know where to get utensils. So I'm assuming I'm supposed to solve the puzzle involving the pot or something to get the utensils, but I don't know how to give blood. How do I give blood? Can't I just stab you? You know? Where's the stab button? I stab you. I stab you. Stab. Stab. Eh? Nani? I don't understand. Somehow it took a million years to figure out the whole locker thing, but now I don't know where to go. That just reads the book again. That's just explaining that Spore's locker and yada yada yada. Too old to open. Yeah, I mean, I'm completely stuck. Any hints at all, you know? There's no discussions, by the way. No Steam discussions? Nothing? Nothing at all? No reviews? Because the game didn't come out yet, so technically. I don't think you can leave a review yet. I don't know. You know what? Again, I don't want to spend too long just being stuck on something anymore, so I think maybe... I remember, maybe there is a video. I think I found at least one YouTube video, because I always check to see if someone else has already played the game, to see the length, you know, how long it is to beat and all that. I think, yeah, this person played it. Some random channel that I think does no commentary gameplay. I don't know who this person is, but like, let me see here. How do they proceed? So I'm stealing some other person's video, by the way. You know, apparently they took 20 minutes to beat the game. It was super easy for them. Okay, so how did they get past? Assuming they did. I don't know. I don't know if they did or not. Yada yada yada. You know, I did that part as well. Workbook. Yada yada yada. Lunchtime. Oh wait, hold on, wait. Cut off her arm. Oh, there's blood. Where'd you get the blood? Hold on. Oh, and her head fell off? What happened there? Spoilers. Like, she seems to be eating something. That's different. I didn't get that. Wait, it just kind of cuts. And now she's eating. I noticed that apparently the character is eating something. But when did it transition to them eating? I don't know. Yeah, now they're eating. What was it? When did that happen? Yeah, they weren't eating before. And then what happened? What did you do? What did this person do? It's lunchtime? Okay. What? Wait, how do we do that? Oh, you say, excuse me? Oh my god, it's so confusing. Anyway, alright. I assume that's what you do. Alright. So, according to another person's video that I found on YouTube, you go here, you say, excuse me, it's lunchtime? Okay. Screw you. Developer, but like, when you say, excuse me, usually you get a repeat dialogue, right? Usually it's a dialogue that you've already read before, so you assume that it does nothing new. But now it does? Then why did you have a different dialogue line that asked a different question? Anyway, it's kind of annoying. But from here, I'm assuming, because it's lunchtime or whatever, like, nom nom nom, I eat my onigiri. Fucking Clorox on their freaking drink. That's supposed to be my water. Never mind. Never mind. This is getting boring. Blah. Dead. Okay. How's that work? What are they made out of? I don't know. They're like, it just instantly decapitated their head. I got cup. Hooray! Do I give blood here, or... Actually, where do I take blood? Do I put her up or something? Oh, why is she spawning again? That's weird. Very strange. Can you die again, please, real quick? Okay, there you go. I want to see, like, do I need to do anything in the body or something like that? Or... I don't know, she just came back. Suddenly. Weird. Okay, well, I have a cup. Well, now what? Oh, do I grab her tears? Yep, yep, sniff, sniff. Okay, I got her tears, which is blood, I guess. Because she's crying tears of blood, which is actually a very similar puzzle solution to a previous game. Like their previous game. I got some blood for you, finally. Oh. Okay. That's what happens, I guess. We have more blood? No, it just does the same thing. It kind of glitches. Ah! Okay, I'm gonna take your bag now. No? I guess not. Well, what if I cut you up now? No? Nothing happens? Oh, I got the spoon. Okay. Is that what happens? Oh, I must have... Yeah, okay. I did get something from their bag. I got their, like, utensils. It's like chopsticks and a spoon. Here we go. If I eat, the time will come. You will cut off my arm. But... just this once. So I'm... Okay. Please. Don't cut my wrists and let's get out here together, please. Kick me out. I know the way. I actually have the key. Yes, the key. You came in because you want to go out. Yes, I heard what you said when you came in. I know that you're not that much of a bad person. So just believe me, please. Just please. I don't want to be here anymore. Goodbye, hands. I have the key? I only hid this. Help me and I'll tell you where it is. Get out of here together with me. My name is Yun Hung. Let's get out. You want that, right? Boop. Oh, it's a lot of blood. I don't need your help. Ina, I miss you. I think I have everything I should have. Let's leave. I think Yin Young was well deceived. I'm finally going out. Okay, that's it. I mean, obviously, I also want to see what happens when I choose the other choice too, so I might have to replay this real quick. But there you go. That's that room, I guess. We finally escaped, and there's like a little phone here, I guess. Gotta use, right? I don't know. I guess not. I mean, that's what normally you're supposed to do as the jailer, I guess. What the heck is that? I don't know what's going on there. But man, the puzzles in that area, I mean, partially it was a translation issue, I feel like. At least with this note, and at the very least, the memo is not translated properly. I feel like you would get stuck there if you aren't able to translate that. Otherwise, I feel like it's mainly me just missing like the hints for the question. Actually, it's the lockers were like weird. Like I didn't understand how to open the lockers necessarily. I didn't know there were like different lockers to open. I didn't know you could reuse the key. I also didn't know that you could talk to Nettle and then tell her it's lunchtime. Like, why is it the same question? It should be like a different dialogue choice, you know? Because when you click on her and then you look at dialogue choice and you say what's up or whatever, or like excuse me, it's like usually that's the same question you asked before, and every time you ask it you get the same answer, so you just assume it's a repeat dialogue. It's the same dialogue, you think, but actually it's a different one. So that's confusing. I think that's one that was really like misleading, you know? And I don't think that's a good game design, really. I don't know, anyway. I guess we leave? We go downstairs or upstairs? What happens to go downstairs? Demo's over. Thank you for playing. Okay, that's it. What if I go upstairs? We shouldn't be there right now. Not yet. I know for sure that's not the way out. Alright, okay. Well, that's it, basically. That's the end of the demo. Okay, nothing else. Nothing to do with the phone. Alright, I mean, I guess we'll... I do wish there was a save system. I think it's the same way with their other game, where there wasn't a way to save. Which is annoying. How does I continue? Demo's only available in Korean and English. What does that mean? Why can't I continue? That's weird. Alright, I guess I would just do it all over again. Let's do it all over again. Let's try again. You see the hair there? I don't know, to me it looks a little bit longer than when we see it later. Maybe it is kind of short, I don't know. I mean, you see there, you know, like the bangs, you know, and now it's shorter, right? And especially the hair in the back. Like now it's like, it looks a lot shorter. I don't know why it's inconsistent there. Anyway, oh, I still have all these items somehow. Weird. The programming as well, the game's programming is a little bit weird too in this game, where like some things just don't... Like some things kind of reset for some reason, you know? Like when you finish like a particular part of the puzzle, and then you go back to the interaction point, like it glitches a lot, I've noticed. I don't know, it's very rough around the edges. I like the idea, it's just... the actual gameplay is kind of like rough. Also, this is weird. Oh, this is weird too. Like, for some reason, like it's not showing the usual scene that we saw before. Which I don't think is intentional. That... Hopefully... Oh no, it goes back here, but like, it's not showing the right thing anymore. I think it's because the game's like, state is like all wrong. Let me, yeah, let me quit maybe, and then just reload the game. Because I'm assuming there's another outcome for this game. If you don't cut off her hands, you know? We'll see what happens if I did that. Unless I do need to somehow get rid of like some kind of save? Some persistent save thing? I'm not sure. What engine is this in? I have to go through this scene again though. Is there like a fast skip? I don't know, I'm just clicking very fast. That's all I can do. Has to be right. Okay, there you go. Alright, so I can do this. Get the key. This seems to be working properly. Yeah, I don't know, it's weird. I don't know why the game, like... I mean, probably because it's not programmed correctly, but like... The game doesn't reset the states properly. It seems to really glitch out if you try to like redo something again. It duplicates all the like sprites accidentally, I guess, and it just doesn't look right. Push. I guess that's Boar, by the way. Her name is Boar. I have a weird name. I don't know. Boar. Why is it Boar? Alright. So we do this again. I do wonder though, is there like a completely different outcome? Because I remember in the again, Love Alone Death. What was it, like Love Death Alone, Love Alone Death, something like that? I can't remember if I forgot the name, but in that game anyway, there are like alternate solutions to the puzzles. And it's not just about like picking an option at the end. It was actually like doing something completely different to solve the area, which is pretty cool. But I don't know if that's a thing in this game. Okay, let me see. I don't know if I need to get this dialogue again just to see, but okay. Alright, so I need to be in third period, I think. What's all you do with the third period again? It's just this. Now it's third period. I need to get scissors, I think. Cut this, grab that. Do this. Use this key apparently. Well, I don't need to do it because it's just to get the hint, but you know, whatever. How do you open this one again? Oh, you just click on it, of course. You know, of course. So easy, right? Totally, that's all you need to do. There you go. Xiongdan. Precious is Boar, it's the one you killed. And today's July. Lunchtime. Okay, since it's lunchtime, I have to talk to you. By the way, probably the most, again, annoying part about this puzzle is the fact that you say, excuse me, and then you have to let it go. Okay, it's lunchtime, you know? Because normally if you pick that option, it's just the usual dialogue to be like, excuse me, and then, oh, you're the jailer? Or wait, you look different, blah, 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 you know? Like, you know, which is fine, it's just... I wish that was a different dialogue choice, you know? Because it's misleading. You think that... Because the game doesn't really, like, show you if you already, like, saw dialogue already for, like, a dialogue choice. I didn't know that you're supposed to click on it again. Every game is like that, you know? It's like, you actually have to click on it again. Did you know this thing that you thought was just repeat dialogue that doesn't actually progress anything? You actually have to click on it again. What? Even though it looks exactly the same. Anyway, give me your tears. Give me your goddamn tears. I'm gonna give blood. Here you go. By the way, we never reached 5th period, but I don't know why. They make a big deal about 5th period, but we never reach it. Now, here's your utensils. I guess, well, 5th period is like, I guess, when we're supposed to cut off our hands, I guess. Whatever. Why are we cutting off our hands? You know, why specifically hands? I don't know. Anyway, she's begging for her life, even though... It's not really her life, rather. It's the fact that she's stuck in this internal torment where she has to cut off her hands every single time, you know, and then she probably respawns, so you have to do it again over and over and over and over again. Anyway, this time let's choose not to cut. You know what? You're based, I guess, for like murdering your gay crush, I guess, maybe, I don't know, anyway. Don't cut. Really? You're telling me the truth, right? No taking back or no take backsies? For real? Yes, just this time. Thank you, jailer. What's your name? Ben. Just call me Benny. Yes, Miss Benny. Yeah, okay, so it is a woman. Benny is like, to me, not like a woman's name though. I don't know. I've never heard of like a female Benny before. I have the key. This will take us out, so... I stole another jailer's last time. The way out is probably downstairs. Alright. I guess we just escape together, is the idea. Nothing to do with the phone or anything. I guess we just go. I guess that's it. I was hoping she would appear as a sprite with us, though. I guess not. Okay, but that's the end of the demo. So, a slightly different outcome at the end. And I imagine in the full game, depending on who you bring with you, will affect the actual ending of the actual full game. But there you go. That's the demo for Purgatory's Flower. It's a little rough, I gotta say. I mean, it has this similar aspects to their other game, though. Love Alone Death, or what's it called again? Let me double check what it's called. Let's see here. What's it called again? Yeah, Love Alone Death, right. So it's similar, you know, to this game and everything. But you know, I do feel like it's still kind of rough, you know, like I love the art style and I love the theming of the game, and like it's like surreal, you know, it's like you're exploring like someone's nightmares as a manifestation of their crimes and their sins, you know, which is kind of cool. I imagine the story behind Union Hu, I guess, was the fact that she, you know, obviously was in love with like one of her like best friends, I'm assuming, but then her best friend rejected her, and then she didn't take it very well, and she went all yandere, you know, she yandered out and freaking murdered her friend, and I'm assuming that's her sin. That's why she was sent to hell, I guess, is the idea. And again, I like the surreal aspects of how that's manifested in her like weird classroom. So that's cool. I love that. But obviously the issue I have is definitely the actual like gameplay, right? The actual design of the game. The puzzles are just very obscure. Some parts of it is just untranslated, you know? It's like this memo thing, I can't open it anymore, but like it's not translated, so that's weird. Yeah, because the game is originally in Korean, right? I don't know, unless I needed to like change it to like this somehow. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, no. I need to like quit the entire game itself. Reopen it, I guess. Oh, what was I talking about? Oops. I accidentally closed the game. Oh well, I was gonna show like I was gonna check like if I need to like change it somehow. Like there's, I keep pressing the wrong button. Damn it! Because when I think quit, I think close, but it's not close. Quit the entire game. I'm trying to close the menu, not the game. Anyway, I accidentally closed the game, but like I was just trying to check if maybe somehow the game is glitched where like I need to change it to Korean to see the English note for some reason. Like maybe they accidentally used the wrong image in the wrong language. I'm not sure. Anyway, what was I talking about? But yeah, the game is a little rough though. You know, despite how I love the visuals and the theming and all that, it's still quite rough. The translation's a little bit off. It's not the worst thing in the world, but like I can tell like it's just a little bit off. And again, the puzzles are just too obscure, you know? From the fact that the note was untranslated, and also the fact that I don't know, like as I mentioned before, like some steps of the puzzle is just like not very intuitive, right? Like, what do you mean that the locker thing, like I click on it, it says it's locked, and I'm assuming because of the other locker, there's no other like parts of the locker you can click on. I'm assuming you only need to click on the one part of the locker, but actually there's actually two parts of the locker you need to click on. And that's not very intuitive, considering there's even 4 doors even, and you can't even click on all the 4 doors anyway. So like it's just weird how that works. And plus, obviously, the one that I got stuck on was the fact that you need to actually talk to the NPC, Hongdun, and click on the same dialogue option that you picked in the beginning, you know, that wouldn't tell you anything new if you clicked on it again. You actually have to click on it again when the state has changed to lunchtime, you know? I don't know. I feel like one way to maybe fix that, obviously it might be harder to program, but like is to either add a new dialogue option or just change the dialogue option, so like it's not the same exact question you're asking. You're like, excuse me, or whatever. It should be like, it's lunchtime or something, you know, or like or whatever, you know, or do you know what time it is? And it's like, oh, it's lunchtime, you know, whatever. It should be like a different thing. It shouldn't be like the same dialogue choice, because in every other aspect of the game, and just like other like puzzle games, I feel like, which also always confuse me, you know, if it's not clear that it's a new dialogue option, then I'm not going to click on it, because I just assume it's going to repeat the same thing I did before, right? Anyway, that's my gripe with it. Other than that, I guess it's also a little bit rough in terms of its like game states, I guess, if that makes sense. Like once you, for example, you know, just an example is like once you poison Hong Dan or whatever, she freaking dies. You leave the area and you come back, and then somehow her sprite is back, you know, but like it's overlaid on her dead body somehow. It's like that's very like weird and glitchy, you know. Somehow the game doesn't keep track of the states of what part you're in, I guess, and somehow duplicates the sprites accidentally. That's weird, especially if you like. I noticed that kind of happened as well in the other game, Level Alone Death, but to a lesser extent. Like for example, if you like begin a new game, you keep all the items somehow. Like it doesn't like reset. It doesn't like clean up everything. You know, it's kind of glitches, and it's kind of like you have to like close the game entirely if you want to begin a new game. I don't know, kind of weird. Anyway, but besides that, you know, I don't know. I guess we'll see what the full game is like. Hopefully the developer works on it and then tries to improve. I don't know if it can give some feedback. I'm not sure, but I don't know. I guess we'll see what the full game is like. Because again, I do like the general vibe of the game, though. You know, I really like it. I want to like it. You know, so it's such a shame that it's so rough. Anyway, but that'll be it for the demo, though. I'm gonna continue streaming and play some other games, but let me just do a quick little reminder for anyone who may be watching the VOD and potentially the video in the future. If you didn't know, I actually stream these games live, so be sure to follow my YouTube channel by subscribing and changing the notification bell from personalized to all to get notified when I go live. You can also follow my Twitch and Twitter as well. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Well, there you go. Let's move on to the next game, which I actually don't know which one I want to play. I guess I'll... let me see. Quit. You know, it's funny. When you quit there, it says... It asks you if you want to quit or not, but if you choose the other option, it just... You know, from the menu, it just kind of quits you automatically. Let me play... I don't know. I'm not sure which one I want to play. Guess... Gosh. I have a hard time picking. But I want to see if... Moving... What was it? I want to open the store pages. I guess I can just do this as well. I kind of don't want to. There's two games. There's Unfriendly Friend on Steam. It's a demo. Another demo. There's also Dissolving Disarray. Disarray. There's two demos here. So Unfriendly Friend and Dissolving Disarray. I'm not sure which one to play first. This one looks interesting. Because it has the, you know, kind of like a Yume Nikki aspect to it. I don't know. A little Yume Nikki-ish in terms of tone anyway. When you walk around, like strange creatures. I guess not really Yume Nikki. I don't know what you call this, but like it's a little bit surreal, right? I like it. This one though has some nice art as well. I don't know which one I should play first. Feel like a coin flip thing. Coin flippers, heads or tails. Do a quick coin flip. No, wait, I don't want to flip this yet. Hold on. It doesn't count because I didn't even pick like which one's heads, which one's tails. It's funny that Google just has it here. It just has it? Okay. Okay, so let's say heads, Unfriendly Friend, tails, Dissolving Disarray. Because I don't know, depending how long the demos are. I may have time for both anyway, but I'm not sure which one to play first. But heads, this one, tails, this one. And go. Flip, 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 flip. Heads. Okay. Now play this one first. Amazing. Let's see. Open it up. Turn off display capture, and then open the game, and then capture in properly. Game capture. It's a black screen, so I don't know what's gonna happen. Is it gonna destroy my computer? No? Okay, hold on. There you go. I choose English. Amazing. Whee! Yeah, look at the little UI. Jump around. Enable CRT is, classic effect that like increases. Yes, I can see it. The film grain that like massively inflates my video file size again. Oh well. Anyway. All right. Let's change my title. Actually, I change my stream title. Let's change it to Unfriendly Friend Demo. Put the game link in my description, even though nobody reads it, but I do it anyway because I'm a thorough person. I always make sure to put information in the video description. Let's see. What would the title be? I mean, just look in the store page here. So, Dakota here. Dakota? Isn't that like a state in America? I don't know. I'm a high school student. They explore a hospital, and things got weird fast. Wow. A lot of choices. They matter, apparently. I don't know how much it matters in just the demo, but... Okay, so a bunch of people go into an abandoned hospital. I guess is what happens. So I don't know. Well, what about the stream title? What could go wrong in this abandoned spooky hospital? Question mark. I guess that's the title, something like that. And making sure it's updated on Twitch as well. I'm gonna change the category. Unfriendly friend. There you go. And I guess I don't know if it matters on YouTube. YouTube is like so weird to like change the game name. Choose unfriendly friend, because sometimes I play like multiple. I feel like on YouTube they give you like an option to put the name of the game title into the video page. But like, what am I playing multiple games in one session? How does that work? It doesn't account for that. On Twitch it kind of does, because on the VOD it actually shows you when you change your category, but not on YouTube. It's kind of weird on YouTube. I don't know. It doesn't account for that. Anyway. One unfriendly friend. From your decisions, many people could get hurt. Can you save your friends, or at least save yourself? It reminds me a little bit of Corpse Party, which is a good thing. Like a bunch of just teenagers going to like a spooky place and they all get freaking murdered, one by one. That's what I'm looking forward to, but I'm not sure if that's that kind of game. I don't see anything violent though. Then again, it is tagged as gore. Wait a minute, is this Corpse Party? Because if this is Corpse Party, that sounds interesting to me. I do like Corpse Party. I like well, technically it's a remake. It's like a PSP remake, Corpse Party. But, the first Corpse Party. And the more I say Corpse Party, the more I feel like it's not a real word. Corpse Party. Corpse Party. Corpse Party. Corpse Party? Like here, the Corpse Party. I guess this one? I'm not sure which version. There's different versions of Corpse Party. It's really kind of... I don't know which one's which. But this one. There's a lot of sequels of the Corpse Party, like spin-offs and sequels. I never played the other ones, like Book of Shadows, Blood Drive. Apparently there's even another sequel coming out, I think. I don't know which one's which. There's too many different, too many different Corpse Parties. I think is it this one? Does it come out already? I'm not sure. I don't know if it's this one or not. But I don't think so. I think it's an old one, yeah. Because there's another one. There's another upcoming like sequel, the Course Party. But all the other ones, all the other Course Parties are like I never played, and I've heard that apparently they're not that great. You know, they don't really capture the specialness, you know, of the first one. I feel like, at least from what I've heard. So I just never got around to it. I don't know. Anyway, but I'm gonna play Unfriendly Friend. Is what I'm gonna do. It's not 2 hours yet, but since I'm starting a new game anyway, I think I'm gonna I'm gonna take a quick break before I start this little demo. So the demo, by the way, not the full game, but I guess we'll see what it's like. But yeah, I'm gonna grab a snack. I'm gonna go to the washroom, and I'll be right back after a few minutes. BRB. All right. Water. All right. Let's try out this video game. Oh, what the heck? What happened? OBS is just a black screen, but the game itself is just frozen for some reason. Did I spend too long on the on the game or something, or on the page of the game? Hello? Okay, well I guess I have to close the game, I guess. Weird. Maybe I idled on the title screen for too long. Is that what happened? I don't know. Let's try that again. Alright. So let's I mean hopefully it doesn't do that again, but let's do a little intro. Let's do that. What's the developer's name again? Betetiro, it says here? Betetiro. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but Betetiro. Hello, welcome to Unfriendly Friend, a game developed by Betetito, available on Steam, and apparently we're going to a abandoned hospital with our friends, and totally nothing bad happens, right? I guess we'll see. I guess a little bit of content warning. This game is tagged as horror, so there may be some disturbing elements. Viewer discretion is advised. So let's begin the demo. This isn't the full game, it's just a demo. Apparently, at least on the description, it said like your choices matter, you know, and everything. But because this is just a short demo, I don't know if it does matter at the end of it. I'm not sure. Anyway, Dakota. Damn it. Woke up before the alarm clock again. Really? That's a problem to have? I have the opposite issue. What time is it? 6:30. Just great. Now I feel like I can't go back to sleep. Well, might as well get up. Like, I always worry that I sleep in too much. And ironically, I still never get enough sleep. I stay up too late. But anyway, my problem. I guess darkness. This is what I really want. Darkness. Don't you know, like the sun, you know, it's bad for your skin. Yeah, at least, well, besides the vitamin D, I guess. But you know, the UV rays, it's bad for your skin, especially if it goes through a window, because you don't get any of the good part of the sunlight, you know? So you always need to close the windows, close the curtains, and just live in complete darkness, right? That's the ideal way to live, actually. Anyway. Well, what are the controls actually? I don't know what the controls are. I guess it's arrow keys and... I guess enter? I have to press enter. It's weird because I want to press Z because I'm so used to RPG Maker games, but I guess it's enter. Mrs. Ryan keeps piling on these super tough assignments just because she thinks we don't work hard enough. I just spent my whole day wrestling with these equations. At least I finally got it done and tucked away safely in my backpack for tomorrow. Would have been a big trouble if I forgot about it. Okay. It's funny that the music, you know, it's like so serious, you know, but it's like, you know, I have homework, you know, or whatever. It's not that serious of a situation though, despite the music. I can change the music, I guess. Yes, of course, Claire de Lune by Debussy. I don't know why, but Debussy is like, the name is ruined. Because there's like a meme about like, you know, adding like to a bunch of words like ussy for some reason, you know, in relation originally to the female genitalia, but now it's like in relation to anything, I guess. You just add ussy to everything. And it just sounds funny. I think, you know, bussy, I think, right? It's like it's supposed to be like in the context of like a butthole or something like that. Anyway, but like the word is ruined now, like the bussy, even though it's not a word, it's a name actually. Ah yes, the circus. Classical, not classical, but what's the word? Retro? I don't know if that's the right word. You know, I just think of like a black and white TV show. Are these like open to I was gonna say open domain? No, public domain or something? Public domain music? I'm not sure. Anyway. I spent a few hours last evening arranging our photos from the Tario? Tario. What just makes me think of Mario. It's a me, Tario. No, from the Tario school trip. The trip was nice, except for that peculiar argument between Jeff and Olivia. I don't know what happened between them, but Jeff started to resent Olivia for something, and he won't tell anyone why. Drama. Okay. Here's me at Fort Bravo, the Civil War fortress, looking absolutely miserable. That roadside sandwich really did a number on me. Had to sprint to the bathroom every half hour. What do you mean roadside sandwich? Do you eat a sandwich off the ground? That's disgusting. Some memories you just want to forget. As she had diarrhea, I guess. Can I? Oh, I have to press escape apparently. I didn't know how to like get out of that photo. This one's with Freddie and Olivia. Okay, I feel like I'm supposed to pay attention to who's who, but it's kind of hard to tell. The art style, I mean, the art style is great, by the way. It looks great. It's just hard to tell who's who because it's like black and white, you know? So everyone just looks the same. You know, that's why in anime, you know, like, in order to differentiate between the characters, they have like different colored hair. So everyone has like weird, like, rainbow hair, you know? That's how it works in anime. But this one is with Freddie and Olivia. Yeah, I made a weird face in this photo too. A stomach is such a miserable thing. Okay. Same trip, I guess. Luke took this photo of all 5 of us. Okay, it's all people. All of the people. It reminds me a little bit of a Mori, by the way. A little bit of a Mori vibe, you know? Because that's in that game, the bunch of photos. I really like how it all turned out, even though I was frustrated the moment it was taken. We look really cute together. I don't know who's who exactly. But yeah, a little bit of more, you know, it helps in a way, you know, it does help you, like, know the characters already, you know, just to give an idea who the people are, who the main characters are, I guess. So this is Freddie and Olivia. So I guess Freddie and Olivia are at the top, I guess. And the bottom is some other people. Was it like, it was Luke as well, but we don't see Luke. Luke's the one taking the photo. I'm sure there's a mouse so I can, like, you know, highlight who I'm talking about. There's this as well. I already pasted this photo down before I noticed my expression. Just awful. I had to cover my face with a sketch, with a pencil sketch rather. Okay, I thought it was like a weird thing where like it's a magical, supernatural phenomenon. No, it's just pencil sketch. Somehow it's animated. It's just their style, I guess. Sure, it kind of ruins the album's look, but that's better than having to see whatever that expression is. It's funny though, because like, isn't that... Usually, you know, when you like, especially when it's animated, you know, when you have like a face like sketched out like that, it's usually like a psychological horror thing or something, you know, in most video games anyway. It's like it's a symbolic of like erasing someone's identity or something like that. But no, this is just like she just doesn't like the face she used apparently in this photo. Like, what does that mean? Anyway, Rena and Luke are together as always, and they look so beautiful in this photo. It's the first time I've seen Luke smile this much. I wonder what the future holds for them after graduation. I really hope they make it. So that's Luke, the one that took the photo for this one. Rena, right? Was it Rena? I already have to like pay attention because it's hard to tell who's who. Rena, right? Rena's the one at the bottom right. Who's the one at the bottom left? I'm not sure. But she mentioned something about how like someone had an argument with Olivia, I think. Was it Luke, I think? That somehow had an argument with Olivia? Olivia is... Wait, Olivia... Okay, this one's Olivia. Okay, so Olivia is the one with the lighter hair. Olivia has lighter hair. Rena is the one with the earrings. Freddy has the beauty mark, I guess. Luke is... You know, just darker hair, I guess. Just darker hair guy. And, I guess... Who's the one in the bottom left? Did she mention the name already? I don't recognize. If she mentioned it, I don't know. I guess we'll figure it out. Jeff's been holding on to these new photos since last week. I need to remind him to give them to me, if I can remember to do that. My memory is about as reliable as a paper umbrella. What does that mean? I actually don't know what that means. Is that like a common saying? I mean, I guess it... Like a paper umbrella, I guess, like if you use it in the rain, I guess. It's not very useful. Anyway. Maybe she means Jeff? Is that what she means? Oh, I'm trying to like sprint, but actually it just opens the menu. Sure, why not? I'll save. Where's the sprint button? You know, I want to sprint. When I hold shift, you know, it just opens the menu. I don't want that. I want to run. I want to run. Also, this feels like a big room. You know, I don't know, it's meant to be like a giant room, but like, there's a giant freaking aquarium in the middle. It's like, it feels like a gigantic room. Like, what the heck? It's Jonah's sleeping place. Jonah? Who's Jonah? I'll keep it closed. I don't know. Unless it matters. I don't know, does it matter I need to keep it open? Random things. I almost forgot to feed Jonah today. Okay, it's some kind of pet, I guess. A cat, maybe? Now it's good. Jonah roams freely around the house as she pleases, but she rarely spends time with me. Even though I placed her food dishes in bed in my room, she hasn't changed her behavior. Since she's an independent cat, I learned to accept her nature and not take it too personally. Okay. I'm not gonna mention the giant aquarium, by the way. I mean, I don't know. I feel like... I mean, fish tanks are normal, you know, like a small fish tank, you know, I wouldn't be surprised about that, but like a giant, like a big one like this in the middle of your entire room, that's like weird, you know, not weird, but like definitely unique. But we're not going to mention it. Like, I don't know why we're not mentioning it, because I feel like it's kind of like, it's such a big setup, you know, like what the heck, we're not going to say anything about it. That just normal? Hello, Ubs, by the way. It's kind of cool. I guess so. I just think, you know, I mean, just for like any pet, really. I just think about like, I have to take care of it, you know? You have to feed the fish every day. A lot of fish to take care of. What happens if the fish gets sick? Like, how do you... Is there like a fish doctor? Like a fish veterinarian? I'm not sure. I just think about all the horror stories, you know? Like when your pet gets sick, you know, and it's like they have to rush to the veterinarian and everything, they get their shots. Like, it's hard to, you know, I've always said this, but like, I've never had a pet myself because I'm always worried about it, you know, like I would worry about like taking care of another living thing. Like, every second, you know, it would just give me so much anxiety. I don't know. Because a pet can't exactly tell you, you know, if it's sick, like if it's like, if there's something wrong, you know. I mean, sometimes it's obvious, but like sometimes there's like you know, sometimes it's like a thing that is happening to the pet, but like it's subtle, right? You may not be able to tell, and then there's like a long-term chronic issue. Like, how would you know, right? It can't communicate. Anyway. This is Mom's cabinet. It's a mess here. A strange heart-shaped key caught my eye on Mom's cabinet. Of course we pick it up because we are a RPG Maker protagonist. Though I actually don't know if this game isn't made in RPG Maker. I don't know actually. Is it? Does it say? I'm just gonna look real quick. I mean, it says it's an RPG adventure horror game. I don't know. I don't know if it's an RPG Maker necessarily. I mean, let me look it up actually. I think it was on itch.io as well, right? Yeah, it's on itch.io. I didn't mention that actually. I should have said it was on Ichio as well in the beginning, but oh well. Doesn't say. Yeah, it doesn't really say. It doesn't say this is an RPG Maker necessarily. I mean, it doesn't really look like it though, so I don't know. Anyway. You're not a vet, but they use methylene blue to treat some fish diseases, which is toxic. Oh, you mean the actual drug they use is toxic for humans? Methylene blue. Does that have anything to do with? I don't know if you're speaking the truth, or is that because when I think of meth plus blue, I just think of Breaking Bad. Are you talking about the Breaking Bad meth? Maybe not. Anyway, oh, it is correct? Okay, I don't know actually. I have no idea what that is. Our washing machine has been broken for about a week. The laundry basket is overflowing because of that. Okay. Where's the bathroom? During my childhood, my mother and I would draw smiles together in the foggy bathroom mirror. For me, those were magical little moments of joy. Let me guess, your mom is dead? Now when I look at my reflection, I can see how much everything has changed. The things are scattered across the sink again. Sometimes I worry about her. Lately, she seems like someone I barely recognize. Okay, she's not dead. You know, she just has some kind of like incurable disease or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Remember that disease? I don't know. Maybe it's just depression, which I guess can also be a disease, a mental disease. Or what do you call it? Mental illness? I don't know. Anyway. Also, yeah, I should open the inventory. Take a look at this. Key. Wow, it's a key. Amazing. Alright. Oh, you use it to treat your fish when I had a dropsy. Really? I don't know what dropsy is exactly. Oops. Oh, I was trying to sprint again, but actually it just opened in the menu. I wish you could sprint. Funny, the animation is not even walking, it's just bouncing. I'm just bouncing. Watch out for those stairs. Make sure nothing happens when you're in front of like those precarious stairs. Anyway. Oh, can I try this? Mom's evening dresses are lying on the floor again. Piano is very dusty. Close the curtains. We don't need light in here. I've never seen this box at Mom's before. There's an inscription saying, "With love from Elliot." Strange that Mom keeps gifts from Dad. I wonder what's inside. I think I already have the key that can open this. Mom won't get angry, right? I guess so. Dear Claudia, as in like, with like the, you know, very obvious font that's like used as like, I don't know, like, you know when you like Comic Sans or something like that, but not Comic Sans, but like when you use the font that's supposed to emulate like handwriting, I feel like that makes it worse though. You know, it makes it more obvious that you're just using a font. Like if you want to like emulate like actual handwriting, it needs to be like actual handwriting, you know? I don't know. Anyway, this is a whole letter, by the way. I don't know if I want to read the whole thing, but like, dear Claudia, this is a piece of paper. There's no need to search for special words. Try to write in flowery language, using flowery font though. Letters just for you, about us. Read my scribbles, my professional handwriting, all too well. Oh, that's funny. It's funny that this is like again, like a default handwriting font. But apparently the actual handwriting is supposed to look bad, you know? I feel like you use better a different font then. Anyway, 9 years since our wedding, incredible. Do you remember in the cafe when we first met? Yada yada yada. It grows deeper, our feelings. Might seem strange to write a letter when we live under the same roof. Make this day special. You sacrificed your career for the family. It wasn't easy to do that. Sorry for all the arguments. Difficulties will be temporary. Spend more time with you and a wonderful daughter. We remain as beautiful as the day we first met. Blah 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 blah. With endless love, Elliot. P.S. I remember your story about dreaming of becoming a ballerina as a child. So I hope the dancing ballerina will bring a smile to your face. Okay. A lot of yapping. Yeah, yap, yap, yap. I don't know. I feel like in the beginning here, I feel like it's not really relevant to the plot. You know, it's just a lot of flavor. I guess maybe like a little bit of backstory of the main character. I guess, but I don't know. I mean, where are the parents? Are they just out today? I don't know. Assuming the father isn't dead, you know, maybe the dad is dead, you know. Apparently the mother, according to the dialogue, is not dead. Yeah, this is a big house. These stairs look giant compared to like the sprite, so what the heck? Like we live in a freaking mansion. Kidding me? Look at this. The flowers have wilted in their vases, sitting there untouched for a week next to some old dusty bottles. People have been, you know... I guess, how do you say? The house is a little bit in disarray though. Nobody's doing all the chores. The house chores. Dishes are piled high in the sink, waiting for someone to finally wash them. Anyway, I assume this is the mother. Hello, mother. Can't sleep again? Yeah. Bleck told me yesterday he's only going to pay half my salary. What? He already pays barely anything, and now he's cutting that in half? Is that even legal? What difference does it make? I don't have a choice. So what are we gonna do? Well, just have to sell some of our things. If that's not enough, we'll need to look for cheaper housing. Like your aquarium. Do you know how expensive it was? Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, it looks big. If you hadn't burned all of Dad's things, we could have sold them. Maybe then we wouldn't have to get rid of the aquarium. I've asked you not to bring that up. Why not? It's the truth. You acted on emotion without thinking about the consequences. How can you be so ungrateful? You think this is easy for me? You understand do you understand I've sacrificed everything for you? I try my hardest while you... I'm sorry. Let me make you breakfast. Don't bother, I'm going to school. I'll close the door myself. Good luck today at school. Yeah. Okay. It's funny that the teenager is saying like, oh, you acted on emotion without thinking about the consequences of your actions. The consequences of your actions! You know, it's like the teenager is saying that? Are you kidding me? I feel like the teenager is the one that's supposed to be emotional, you know? I don't know. Anyway. But apparently the dad is gone? Still don't know like how they're gone. Is he dead or did he just leave? The door to the dad's office remains locked. The room behind us stands empty now and will stay that way. Right. The mom is hot. Okay. I just think about like why she's smoking, you know? That's very unhealthy. Gives you lung cancer. Oh, are we leaving? I didn't realize we were leaving. I didn't know that was the front door, actually. Oh well, we're just leaving, I guess. Whatever. You're just making no save. Alrighty. A lot of trees around here. Oh, of course. Freaking fake out jump scare. Why you gotta do that? Boo! Jesus, Freddy, is that you? Got you! I saw you walking ahead, I couldn't resist. Do you realize someone could have had a heart attack from a shock like that? It was just a joke. It's just a joke. What if something had happened to me? What if I really been scared badly? I mean, I would call an ambulance if... Exactly. You would have to call an ambulance because of a simple joke. You can't play around people's safety like this, Freddy. Well... you're right, I didn't think it through it all, I'm really sorry. It's okay, just don't do anything like that again, alright? By the way, it's strange seeing you going to school this early. Now, what do you mean? When we were kids, we used to walk to school together this time every day, don't you remember? Yeah, I remember. Until you started hanging out with Jeff all the time. So tell me, what's got you up so early today? Well, you can see right through me. Actually, my brother was screaming and crying this morning, and since my parents are already mad at me, they sent me to school early to pursue knowledge. Why are your parents mad at you? Aren't you the perfect son? Pick your pick. Bad grades, staying out late, typical teenage stuff. Like they never went through a rebellious phase themselves, big deal. Wait, why are you so early? I just naturally wake up early. Nightmares? I don't remember my dreams. I don't remember my recent dreams either. You seem down. Did something happen? Yeah, nothing special, just a weird day. I've been sleeping well because I keep waking up early. At first I liked it, but now it's getting annoying. It's like my body randomly decides how much sleep I get, and it's always less than 6 hours. But it's nothing serious, don't worry about it. You know, I recently read that teenagers' biological clocks are actually different. We're naturally programmed to go to bed late and wake up late. School forces us to wake up at the worst possible time. Get this, I learned that our brains only actively process information in the first 30 minutes of a lesson, then our efficiency drops dramatically. Can you imagine how much time we waste sitting through these endless classes? No wonder you feel completely drained by the end of the day with your head all mixed up. Wow. You know, I'm really surprised that you're such a well-read young man. It's impressive. Are you serious? No, of course I'm not. You just want an excuse to be lazy and not study. You didn't do your homework again, did you? Of course I did. What method did you use What method did you use to solve the first math equation? Substitution? Wrong. Nice try, but you're out of luck. It was supposed to be solved by factoring. No, you know me too well. Of course, been friends for 12 years, right? Exactly. Listen, since we're best friends, can I please copy your homework? Please, I'm begging you. Mrs. Ryan will kill me if she sees I haven't done it. Freddy, I understand we're best friends and all, but don't you feel bad about copying from me almost every day? I know about your situation with your brother, but I think you can find the time. Jeff and I just spent too much time hanging out yesterday, and I came home really late. I went straight to bed. I didn't have time for anything. Please, I'm begging you. My father will kill me if I bring home an F. Okay, we have an option. I mean, so far the game is like kind of meandering, you know? When do we get the part where, when did we get to the part where everyone freaking dies? Anyway, but we have a choice, I guess. I don't know. Again, apparently choices matter, and it will decide the fate of your friends in this game, apparently. Is what it said on the store page. I don't know. I guess we can help, we can don't help. We give him a playful swat, but still give him his homework. I disagree. I don't know, maybe I'm a selfish asshole, but like, the whole point of homework is to do it yourself. You know? If you just copy the homework, copy and paste, then you don't learn anything. The whole point of doing homework is to practice, so you can like, do well on the freaking tests. But that's the point of doing homework. If you let someone else do it, what's the point? Unless you just let everyone, unless you somehow cheat on the test as well. In that case, I guess you become a CEO. I don't know. Like you just never do homework. You just simply manipulate the system and like a sociopath, and just make everyone else do everything for you. That's how you become a CEO, like some kind of company. And then you bankrupt the company, you steal all the money, and then you're a millionaire, right? Something like that. Anyway, I'm not resentful. Anyway, I'm not gonna help. Sorry, Freddy. Go back to your like pizzeria or something, like 5 Nights at Freddy's. Anyway, Freddy, it's not okay to ask for this every day. I told you before, but you don't seem to listen. You need to learn from your mistakes. If I let you copy every time, you'll never learn anything. Sometimes you need to face consequences. Okay, I understand. It's fine. If you skip homework today, what about tomorrow? We're getting older now. You need to face the consequences of not doing your work, or you'll never understand. I don't think homework's that important in life. I know Mrs. Ryan assigns too much work just to give bad grades, but I understand why you don't want to share. I promise I won't ask again. Did you really understand what I meant? Yeah, everything's fine, really. Oh look, here's school. Okay. You also never gave anyone your homework? Yeah. I don't know, I never did. I mean, then again, I never got asked that much. Maybe like a few times, but like, I just said no, I'm the type of person that just says no, and then I'm unpopular because I don't help anyone, but oh well. Well, I mean, it's different. Like, if they asked for help, then I wouldn't mind, but like, again, if it's cheating, I just say no. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm a stubborn, you know? I stick to my principles, even though sometimes it's probably a bad idea. I'm just that type of person, I guess. Less so when I'm older, though. When you're older, I feel like, I don't know. When you're older, you know, you have to learn to pick your battles, you know? You can't die on every hill, I guess. That's how I feel, anyway. Anyway, here's Kenny. Oh, hi, Dakota. Hey, Kenny. You wouldn't happen to know where Freddy went, would you? I have no idea. Alright, I'll go ask around. Oh, wait, hold on, listen. Could you help me with something? With what? You know, I have the highest grades, not just in our class, but in the whole school. So I've been sent to the regional competition. Yeah, I know that. I'm quite popular, it's true. What? No, it's because you went around telling everyone about it. That's not true. I only told a select few, and you're one of them. You should feel honored, really. Sure, whatever. Anyway, I need to test my competition riddles on some less intellectually gifted individuals. If you can solve them, I'll be very surprised. Sure. Why not? Hey, I knew you'd agree. After all, you can't win if you don't play. But be careful, think before you answer. Well, here's the first riddle. Okay, it's just a riddle, though. This is not academic intelligence. This is not a test of academic intelligence. This is a freaking riddle. Anyway, I am invisible, yet I can be measured. I move forward, but never backwards. I can fly, but I cannot stop. I can heal, but I can also kill. I am relentless, yet many try to deceive me. What am I? I mean, I feel like it could be any of these. I feel like wind could work because it's invisible, but can also be measured. It can be quantified, you know. Wind or time. Fate, not so much. Fate cannot be measured. It was either wind or time. I can fly, but I cannot stop. Time really flies, you know. You know when you're having fun and time flies, I guess. I guess that's what it is. Because it says like flying and healing, you know. Can wind heal? I don't know. Healing wind. Activate healing wind. Like a healing spell. I guess it's time. What's the Latin phrase? Tempus edax rerum? Or something like that? I only know that because of Steins Gate. Tempus edax rerum. Like time devours all. Something like that. And I think it wasn't really in the Steins Gate anime, I don't think. Like something in relation to Steins Gate. It was like, what's it called? John Titor or something? There's like John Titor lore. That's like real life, I think. And somehow the Latin phrase like tempus edax rerum is related to that, I think. I think that's where I learned it. And you know, that phrase now stuck with me. It's kind of reminiscent of another one, like what is it called? Memento mori, you know? Like always remember death. Anyway, there's always Latin phrases. Cool Latin phrases that sound mysterious. Wow, you actually got it right. I'm impressed. Good job. I started well with an easy one, so I guess I'm not that surprised. Let's move on to the next one. It's a bit tricky. You think you can guess it? Okay, why am I doing these riddles? Freaking Kenny. I have no form, yet I can take any shape. I have no color, yet I can paint everything around. I can heal wounds without touching them. I can cross any distance in the blink of an eye. I exist in the past, present, and future simultaneously. What am I? Healing wounds. Isn't it just time again? You know, I feel like isn't it just time again? I don't know. Because healing wounds without touching them, that sounds like time, right? Because imagination cannot heal wounds. Light cannot heal wounds. Water? Maybe? Not really. I can cross any distance in the blink of an eye. I mean, light is pretty quick. You know, the speed of light. But they also exist in the past, present, and future simultaneously. Light can heal? Can light heal? How can light heal? You know, like I stabbed myself on the arm and have a gaping wound that's bleeding. How do I heal it with light? You know, it's like I put it to the light. That doesn't heal it. That doesn't do anything. I have no form, yet I can take any shape. I have no color, yet I can paint everything around. Painting everything around. I mean, that sounds like light as well. Light or imagination. Painting everything around. Exists in the past, present, and future simultaneously? The healing the wounds without touching them doesn't make sense, though. Right? I don't think it makes sense for light to heal wounds. Like, how does that work? And the fact that they exist past, present, and future? What does that mean? You know, I don't know what that means. Past, present, future. Like, I don't know, like, it's weird because it could be a lot of these answers. It could be like, you know, having no form but can take any shape. That sounds like water. Have no color yet I can paint everything around. That sounds like light. But then again, is it light? Well, light is, I mean, depending on how in-depth this riddle is, but like light is a combination of all the colors of the rainbow, really, you know, if that makes sense. Like, light by itself, by default, is all the colors, actually. And that's why if you put light through like a prism, you know, it separates into different colors. So light is color. Light is color is the thing. And the absence of light is darkness, which is no color. So I don't know. So no color. And depending on the light as well, you know, you can have like RGB lights, you know, like gamer lights. That's a color. Anyway, so I feel like it's not light. Sounds like water, but like cross any distance in the blink of an eye. That's like not something I feel like that's like imagination, maybe. But healing the wounds without touching them is the weird. But like, you can imagine your wounds healing? That doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like it's just time again, but like, that wouldn't make sense, right? Gambler's fallacy, I feel like, or like, you know, like I'm having a gambler's fallacy. You know, gambler's fallacy is when you pick the same, like you wouldn't pick the same option from the previous question, right? Like in the gambling scenario or whatever. Like, for example, like the roulette table, like you put all in on black, you know, and it lands on red or whatever. But then the next time, would you choose black again, or would you choose red, right? Probability would say it doesn't matter, but like in your head as humans, you would think, oh, I shouldn't pick black again, I should pick red or whatever, right? Or yeah, something like that. Because there's no way it will land on the same thing again, so or whatever, or other way around, I guess. Like the scenario, the hypothetical scenario, I think I got wrong. Actually, it's more like on the roulette table. Let's try that again. On the roulette table, you put all in on red, right? And then the ball lands on red or whatever. And the next time you're like, you know, should I pick red or should I pick black? And you would think like, you know, it doesn't matter because it'd be like 50-50 or whatever. But like, but what if actually there's no way it would land on red again. I'll just pick black this time or something, right? That's the gambler's fallacy, assuming there's a pattern when there isn't. So anyway, so I feel like it would be time. He'll probably say like, no, that's wrong, hee, you know. UV rays are considered used in treating some diseases. I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. Do you go like to a doctor, or do you go to like an emergency room as like there's a bullet wound, you know, in your stomach? Do you like, okay? And the doctor is like, okay, we'll fix this with light. I'm gonna use the power of light. You know, it's like no. I mean, you will use a bandage, and then you will wait for time. You will wait for it to like heal, right? And that will be time, right? But I don't know. Whatever. I'm thinking too long about this. I'm gonna choose time again, even though it's wrong. Yeah, okay, it's wrong. Screw you, Kenny. Well, you chalk it up to inexperience. Perhaps you misread something. I warned you that one was tricky. The correct answer was imagination. Fuck you, Kenny. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm so angry suddenly, but screw you, Kenny. What do you mean? You can't heal wounds with imagination, you fool. What are you talking about? That objectively doesn't make any sense. I'm going to kill you now. I mean, what? But if you didn't guess this one, I think the next one will be too challenging for you. Someone else, thanks for your help. Can I load the game? How do I load the game, actually? I have an option to save, but I don't have the load. But I have to go through like a cutscene again. Whatever, I'll just save here. Whatever. Screw you, Kenny. What do you mean imagination? Fucking SpongeBob meme, you know? Imagination, you know? It's like, what are you talking about? You cannot heal wounds with your freaking imagination, okay? Would I go to a freaking doctor? Do I go to the imagination hospital? Like, I'm gonna imagine your gaping, bleeding wound to be healed. You know, I'll send you thoughts and prayers, you know, prayer emoji. You know, what are you talking about? I'm going to... Anyway. Alright, who are you? Eric. Damn, Mrs. Ryan, give me an F again. Hi, Eric. Oh, Dakota, hi. You deserve it. No, is everything okay? It's just Mrs. Ryan picked on me again. She says she wants to talk to my parents. I'm sorry to hear that. She can be too strict sometimes. Oh, never mind. Have you seen Freddy? I haven't seen him. Well, maybe the stutterer knows. She's drawing something on the board. The stutterer? You mean Olivia? Yeah, that's her. Alright, you can go. Good luck finding him. Okay. What do you mean, alright, you can go? That's as if it's having permission for me to leave. That's weird. I don't need your frickin' permission. Anyway, this is Olivia. We know Olivia, actually. Can I talk to the other people, though? Who are you? Hannah. What are you gawking at? Just keep walking. You're blocking my air. Okay. Stereotypical, like... I don't know. Mean girls. That... I don't know. I mean, maybe if you're a woman, you know, that you would actually face this situation. But, like, I've never actually seen that. Like, I've always thought it was a stereotype, actually. That they'd be like, you know, we're the popular girls, and we don't like these other girls. You're stinky, you know? Like, that never happens. Or at least, you know, it never happened to me, anyway. Doesn't seem like... Because I feel like if you're... I don't know. Maybe it depends on the school, but like, if you're like a lady and like you're just a piece of shit, I feel like you'll get more flack for it. You know, like it's more important. Yeah, I feel like as a woman to. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a woman, so I don't know. But like, I feel like my opinion or like my theory, I guess, is that if you're a woman, I feel like you have to navigate social spaces much more delicately than that. You know, you can't just be an asshole. If you're a guy, you can just be an asshole because you just beat people up. But like as a woman, you can't do that. So if you're like mean to people, you know, people aren't gonna like you as much, and that's gonna be harder for you actually to blend in society. You know. Anyway, I shouldn't wake her up. That girl works a lot, even though she's my age. I hope she'll be all right. I don't know, but again, I could be wrong. I wouldn't know. How would I know? Oh, hi Dakota. Hi, what are you drawing? It's Mrs. Ryan. Oh wait, she stutters, I guess. Is she supposed to stutter a lot? How do you do that? How do you like stutter? I mean, well, in real life I do stutter a lot actually. I stutter all the time actually in my commentary. But like to forcibly stutter, that's kind of hard. Anyway, it's Miss Ryan. She's very mean. She called so many parents in today just to talk about unfinished homework. Well, certainly you drew her scary. Looks just like in real life. The main thing is to erase it afterwards so she doesn't see it. Otherwise, she might call your parents to school too. Yes, of course. I'll erase it, don't worry. By the way, let's draw together. Do you mind? What should we draw? Whatever comes to mind, anything at all. Okay. Okay. Apparently that's Mrs. Ryan. Blue Dragonfly as a woman, I'm correct? Well, I got one confirmation. That's one sample size. Oh, I can use my mouse. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, that's Mrs. Ryan. You know, speaking of teachers, I don't know, when it comes to strict teachers, I've never really had a problem with that, you know? Maybe because I just got relatively good, decent grades in school. My only weakness was, I think, graphic design. You know, the second year of graphic design, I'm not an artist, so I can't draw anything. My first year of graphic design was fun because all I used was like Photoshop, right? Just Photoshop things and like, it's fun to do that. and you got a good grade if you just, you know, put in effort. But, you know, I had a different teacher for my second year of graphic design, and she was more, it wasn't strict, but like, I don't know, her standards were higher, where like, you have to actually draw things. And like, whenever I try to follow the assignments, you know, and I spent extra time doing it even, you know, skipping lunch and all that, I still didn't get like an A, you know, I still got like not a good grade, you know, like it was like a B or a C or something. It's annoying though, because just because I couldn't draw, I feel like it's, I don't know, I'm exaggerating, but I want to say it's discrimination, okay? I can't draw, but I can like do everything else in Photoshop, you know, or like there was also like an animation project as well. You got a rotoscope, you know. I did my best, like do like a cool rotoscope thing. It was based on like a Rhythm Heaven minigame, you know, the one where the guy does karate and punches things, you know. I did my best and I still couldn't get a good grade, you know. Ironically, I passed the written exam because this is a written test as well, like super easy. Like it was about like kerning, you know, fonts and like, you know, just basic stuff about graphic design. Like I understood the concepts very well. I just couldn't actually draw. You know, I can't draw. Like why you have to draw the graphic design? That's annoying. Anyway, I mean you do. It helps obviously, but like it's annoying that the class, like the teacher, you know, didn't give me a good grade because I couldn't draw things properly, right? I couldn't like draw a circle, for example. You know, I could draw stick people. That's it. Stick person. Hee hee. Have a giant sword like this. I don't know. That's my drawing. I don't know what else. Oh, the legs are not even like, the legs are not even properly aligned. I can't fix it now. You know, it's like you can't just like fix it like that. Cool teacher. Yeah, this totally will like make sure she doesn't punish us, right? She's a cool teacher. And I'm not using this giant sword to like fight her, I guess. Anyway, whatever. I don't know what I'm drawing. Wow, Dakota, you're quite the artist. Am I? Am I? Yeah. Thanks. By the way, do you know where Freddy went? Freddy? Well, he went to the cafeteria with the guys. It's the long break now. Why didn't you go with him? Dakota, you know, Jeff doesn't really like me anymore after that school trip. Right, okay. So apparently Olivia and Jeff are like feuding for some reason. I guess Jeff is the one with the what's it called? The parted haircut, you know, the K-pop haircut. By the way, at least to me, I think of K-pop when I think of the haircut. I think he's blonde, right? He has light hair anyway, at the very least. It's hard to tell actually because again, everything is in black and white. I don't even know what happened. He just started ignoring me at first, and he began bullying me. I don't know what happened between you two, but Jeff isn't behaving well at all. That's just it. Nothing happened. I absolutely don't understand him. You could at least tell me what was wrong. Now you probably think badly of me, but believe me, I have no idea what's gone into him. Olivia, it's okay. Arguments happen. I don't think it's anything serious. I'm sure you two will make up eventually. You know how Jeff is. He can be a bit hot-headed. It's probably best if you just ignore him for now. Go with me. Now let's go. Really? I'd love to. I'll also buy that cherry bun. Why did I say that? Why? I'll also buy that cherry bun. Cherry bun? I don't know what cherry bun is. Let me just erase everything from the board real quick. Again, it's kind of hard. I don't know how to stutter. You know, again, I naturally stutter, definitely. I stumble over my own words, obviously. But when I have to force myself to stutter, I don't know how... It just sounds awkward. It doesn't sound right to me. Anyway. I guess that's it. Oh, I keep pressing shift to, like, sprint. I guess I'll save. Is this trash can empty? Gray metallic, standing by the wall as always. It contains scraps of paper, pencil shavings, and crumpled notes. Someone's half-eaten bun. I wonder how many secrets it holds. How many unfulfilled plans, unsent confessions. Maybe there's more life in it than the whole classroom. Though it's just a trash can. Nothing special. Okay, it's not empty, actually. You know, what was I saying? I think I was talking about like teachers. I'm just thinking about high school now because of the setting of the game. But you know, other than that, other than my graphics design teacher, which I don't dislike her necessarily, but like I kind of resent her for giving me a bad grade. But generally speaking, I never really had a bad time with teachers, at least when it comes to academic grades anyway. Like when a teacher is strict, I actually liked it better when the teacher was more strict. Because, you know, I remember my English teacher, I think she was kind of strict, but I like that because then I learned English better actually, you know? Since this plant is called a Dracaena, old and dusty. Leaves are drooping. When's the last watered? I guess never. What's this? Can I hear this? A large certificate on the wall and a gold frame. I guess that's it. But yeah, generally I didn't mind my teachers for the most part. You know, if there's more work to be done, that's kind of like a good thing because then I can learn more and do the tests properly, right? To me, it was like the tests were often really easy. The only thing I dreaded was presentations, you know, anything like group projects or anything that requires social skills, I'm always bad at. So I was never good at that. But like actual just homework and like essays, exams, just like, you know, essays. No, I don't love essays either because I've done so much in university at this point. I'm so burnt out. But you know, just like just written assignments, you know, I tend to do very well at least in school anyway. By comparison, school is kind of easy, I feel like. You know, I felt like it just wasn't that bad, so I just never really had any kind of moments where a teacher would like, you know, scold me or whatever for not doing homework or whatever, you know? There's a few times though, like usually if a teacher would scold me or whatever, or like talk to me about something like an issue, it would be something else, you know? I mean, there's a few times. I don't know if I want to go into it because it's just kind of embarrassing. I mean, one time definitely, I think it was the beginning of high school. Was that beginning of high school or like a new year of high school? I don't know, but I don't know if I mentioned this before, but like before I talked to this like little girl, I guess, or not even little, but you know, another character, I just want to mention real quick. So there was one moment where a math teacher did scold me for being late to class, and I think they even made like an example of me or something. It was a little embarrassing. They'd be like, you know, don't be like this guy, you know, who's super late all the time, even though I'm not, by the way. I'm actually normally very punctual, but I never said anything because I don't know, I don't usually say much, you know. I'm very reserved, I guess, as a kid. Still kind of am, but anyway. So, you know, I'm like, oh, well, and then I sit down and, you know, class continues, whatever. But the reason I was late, which I never mentioned to anyone, was because, and it's annoying to me, was that the schedule changed, actually. Apparently, on that day for that math class, it was a late start day, right? Or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if it's a Canadian thing or not, but like at the school, there's a thing called late start day, where basically you go to school at a later time, basically, you know. Apparently it's supposed to help you like concentrate more because you get some extra sleep, assumedly. However, how it worked in the previous years, or maybe in the previous school, I don't remember the exact details anymore, but we've always had that, right? We always had like there's a late day today, you know, in this week where you go to school late and the schedule is like slightly different, right? However, what I wasn't told was that for that particular year, for that late start day, the lunchtime was actually moved earlier, apparently, as far as I understand, which is a bit of a ripoff, by the way. It's like you start late, but then you have the same lunchtime, so you actually have less lunch, which is annoying. Nobody told me this. I didn't get like a memo or anything, so I'm kind of upset about that to this day, that nobody told me. And so that's why I was late, because normally in the previous years when you have late start day, the whole schedule is like 1 hour later, or like, I can't remember, like 1 hour, half an hour, something like that. And so you would move lunchtime to a later time. But I didn't know that, because usually at lunchtime, you know, I don't really go to the cafeteria. I kind of just like, I kind of leave school, really, just eat lunch on my own. I don't know, maybe I'm a weirdo, but like I like having alone time, right? I like I like just doing my own thing when there's a break. So I just kind of leave school and I come back, and like you know, I came late because nobody told me that lunchtime would end early. God damn it. Anyway, but that was the only time I was late, really, and the teacher never mentioned anything like that ever again. Really, but like, you know, they said the whole thing. They assume that I'm a delinquent, that I'm always late to class or anything. I'm kind of the opposite, actually. I'm a freaking nerd that always does his homework. Anyway, But yeah, that's the one time the teacher did a thing that did kind of like, you know, that did like scold me or whatever, and that kind of did upset me a little bit. What else? Oh yeah, I think you know, funnily enough, I think I also met like a you know, before I went to class. Actually, I remember there was a moment. I think I wasn't sure who she was. Actually, she was an adult I just never recognized. But like, you know, I was heading back to school, and some adult talked to me, I think. And I think she was like some kind of guidance counselor, maybe. I'm not sure. She wasn't really the guidance counselor for the school, though. So I don't know what she was. Maybe a social worker? I'm not sure. But like, she was talking to me, and then I wasn't sure what she was trying to say. She was like, you know, how are you? You know, how are you feeling? I think is what she asked, right? And like, I wasn't sure what she was trying to get out of me. Now I think I understand as an adult. Looking back, I think she assumed that, you know, I'm someone who skips class or something, right? I like a delinquent, you know. So she's trying to like understand, like, oh, maybe I had like family issue or like home trouble or whatever, you know. I don't know, something like that, which I didn't have a lot, you know, have a ton of necessarily, you know. But yeah, I think she thought I was like a delinquent or something, you know. Again, the real issue is that nobody told me the lunch ended early. That was the real problem. Nobody got to the root of the issue, was that nobody told me about the schedule. You know, I even had the normal schedule, but it didn't account for the actual like late start day schedule. It's like, what the heck? God damn it. Anyway. But yeah, all that for being late once. I mean, yeah, I mean, it wasn't like, I didn't get like an official punishment or anything. It was just in a slightly embarrassing moment, you know, where the math teacher, you know, it was a different, like, again, a different adult, but like the math teacher just in front of the whole class to be like, you know, look at this guy, you know, he's like, look, he made a remark, you know, look at this guy, you know, it was like, don't be late like this guy, you know, it was like, it's kind of like an offhanded like remark or whatever that implies that like I'm a bad student. Which, you know, not the end of the world, really. To be honest, by comparison, it's not really my most embarrassing moment, actually. I don't know, and maybe there's other embarrassing moments I'll mention in the future, but like, yeah, it wasn't that bad, really. When I remember, and in fact, in that math class, I actually didn't mind. You know, math, to be honest, I didn't really pursue math course or math classes that much in the later years, at least in Canada anyway. I don't know, all of Canada, at least where I live from, or where I come from. You didn't have to actually do calculus, you know, as I mentioned, I think in the past. So I actually didn't pursue later, more advanced math classes, other than functions. I think I did advanced functions, if I remember correctly. But I forget what I was going with this, but like, I was gonna say, oh yeah, math class. I was gonna say like math class. It wasn't too bad actually. I didn't mind the math class. Like overall, the actual math class, the math teacher and everything was fine. It was decent for the rest of the year. It was like totally fine. I didn't have any other problems. But again, like I didn't pursue all the other like more advanced math classes because they were technically electives, so I didn't pick them. I instead picked all music classes, which is a horrible idea, by the way. Because I didn't really learn that much. I mean, I learned the very basics of using an instrument like piano and like guitar, but I'm nowhere near as good as actual musicians. So like, I never really continued practicing, so I lost it all really. So I really regret it. I should have just picked math classes, you know? I should have just picked more math classes, especially when I'm in that age where like I learn things more quickly, because nowadays as an adult I really don't want to go back and learn calculus. I'm being honest, like I tried looking at those lessons and they just kind of flew over me because it refers to other concepts that I've forgotten at this point. So like I really don't want to learn calculus all over again on my own, because I'm just not in that state of mind to like learn things like that anymore. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I didn't enjoy math. Yeah, I didn't really love math. You know, I did well. I got decent grades, B's and A's and all that, but like, I didn't love doing it, you know, because it's a lot of like practice, right? Especially for the homework and all that. You gotta do it over and over and over and over again, the same things, you know. I feel like it's not as fun as like English homework. You know, in English, you know, you could like write about anything you want, really, or not everything, but like, you know, you can decide how to like write a paragraph, you know, like, you know, how do you spell this word, you know, how do you put this in a sentence, you know, like that's more engaging. for math, you know, it's like a little bit more strict in terms of like figuring out the answers, and they have to remember the formulas and all that, right? It's a lot to memorize, I guess, is what I'm getting at. And it doesn't come as intuitively as English. You know, English, you just kind of like, you just speak English, right? Especially as a native, like, native speaker of English, you just kind of like, you don't even know all the rules necessarily, but like, you just kind of know just by looking. When you write out a sentence, you're like, does it look right? If it doesn't, you know, then you did it wrong, right? At least as a native English speaker, you just intuitively know if you write a sentence right. At least, you know, to me anyway. Anyway, I'm stalling for way too long just to rant about like some random story from high school. But like, let me talk to this character, I guess. Hello. Oh, it's just a hall monitor. You know, I thought you were special because you're like, you know, you have pretty hair and all that. I'm so tired. These kids are running around like crazy. I don't keep an eye on everything. Is it hard being an hall monitor? Yeah, sometimes very much so. You know, sometimes I feel like I grew up too fast. Seems like I was a child myself not too long ago, and now I'm responsible for keeping order. But that's important, isn't it? Of course it's important. It's just that sometimes I want to be carefree again. But on the other hand, there's something special about this responsibility. You feel needed, you know? I understand. You regret it? Regret what? Becoming a hall monitor. Oh, that. You know, actually, all of us high school students take turns being hall monitors here. Today it's me, next week it'll be someone else. It's like a little rehearsal for adult life for each of us. And what do you think of it so far? Honestly, sometimes it's exhausting, but it teaches responsibility. Today you're keeping order at school, and tomorrow you'll be responsible for something more important in life. We all go through this, you know? What comes next? Next? Good question. School will end and a real adult life will begin. Probably even more responsibility. Work, maybe a family, but you know what? That's the beauty of life. You never know what's waiting around the corner. Why is this hall monitor being so philosophical? Sounds a bit scary. Maybe, but it's exciting too, isn't it? Main things remember to stop sometimes and appreciate the moment. Like now, for example. It was good talking to you, and thank you. Your questions really make me think. It really makes me think. Now, excuse me, I need to get back to stopping these restless children. I need to pull up my gun. You know what? You know, because I feel like a hall monitor is basically you're like a cop. You know, you're like a police officer. You know. Anyway. I'm the exact opposite of you. You hate English, you love math, really? Yeah, I mean, I like English more. I am definitely burnt out on writing essays because my bachelor's degree was like, you know, like a Bachelor of Arts. It's like a sociology degree, which is a lot of like writing. You know, I like it better than math though. I don't know. The class's lockers. Another attempt by the school to create an illusion of individuality. Some try to stand out by plastering these metal boxes with stickers. The administration quickly put an end to this rebellion. Although you know what? Everyone kept doing it anyway. In the end, the principal came up with a brilliant rule. Stick whatever you want as long as it can be peeled off later. Apparently inspecting lockers after graduation is a new school tradition. Okay. I never really had that. You know, I remember my lockers, which is really kind of tiny and they're very narrow, you know? They're like vertical lockers, but like they're very small. So it's, I don't know. You don't do much for those lockers, I feel like. You just kind of put stuff in. You don't really use it for like, to be unique. You know, I see all the time in cartoons, you know, where like they open the locker and there's like a bunch of stuff in the locker, like stickers and like a mirror and like a bunch of other things. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just me, but I didn't bother doing anything with my locker. It's just a locker. And you change it every year as well. You have to change lockers as well because your class is on a different floor. So you don't like keep the locker for very long anyway. The bulletin board. This covers some pointless updates and honor roll for those who like to stroke their ego. Some junior students have gone missing. Maybe he decided family life wasn't for him. What do you mean gone missing? What do you mean gone missing? Like gone missing as in like he's dead or what? This doesn't happen very often here. Hope it'll turn up soon. There's also the honor roll, a memento, or didn't we say honor roll? Or maybe we referred to honor roll before and now we're talking about it. But there's also the honor roll, a monument to parental ambitions and children's neurosis. My mother used to think that studying was the most important thing in life. She dreamed of seeing my photo here. I guess it was supposed to compensate for something in her life. And now I think she doesn't care if I have any photo at all. I'm not sure what's worse, being the object of someone's expectations or of complete indifference. Wait, is that Luke on the honor roll? How did he end up there? He's always complaining about the pointlessness of grades. He usually spends all his free time with Rena. Those two are inseparable. Maybe Rena's secretly doing his homework? No, she's not a fan of studying either. I wonder if he knows his photos hanging here. Well, most likely because he just gets good grades, you know. You know, I don't know if I was that smart. Like, I actually wouldn't know if I was on the honor roll. I don't think we did that a lot. I did that once, I think. I did get an award. You know, ironically, for like a random class. I think it was like for creative writing, even though I don't think I'm that creative. I just did the assignments properly, that's all. But I did get like a reward or award, I guess, for being like having the top grade in that class or whatever. It didn't really mean anything because it wasn't like a very prestigious, you know, award or anything. But I do feel like I'll be honest, I feel like I am one of those people in high school where I'm just kind of like, like most classes are kind of easy, you know, I just kind of do them, I don't really struggle. But, you know, it's because I actually do my homework. I feel like students who struggle just don't do the homework. And, you know, to be fair, it's not always out of laziness. Sometimes because they, for example, might have a hard time doing homework at home, right? They might have like a big family, you know, or they might need to work or something. Other things, you know, take priority, things like that. I didn't have that. I just did my homework and played video games, so like I'm boring. So, yeah. Anyway, the bathroom, the only place in school where you can be alone with yourself and the graffiti on the walls. The new principal splurged on renovations. I wonder how many parents complain about it, or how many parents it took to or how many parent complaint it took. How many parents' complaints it took, rather. But seriously, who thought it was a good idea to put a bathroom right across from the cafeteria? It's like someone decided to visually demonstrate the digestive cycle. The architect clearly didn't excel in common sense. Really? Actually, I disagree. Having the bathroom near the cafeteria just makes sense because where do you wash your hands, you know? You gotta go to the bathroom, you wash your hands, and then you go to the cafeteria, you eat your food or whatever, right? Even though in high school I never went to a cafeteria very often, actually. It's too loud, you know, too many people there. I didn't like enjoy, you know, being in a place, especially where you're supposed to relax, you know, where there's like a ton of noise and a ton of people. I mean, that's already like class time is already like that, you know. The beginning class usually is kind of loud. If I remember correctly, it's been a long time, obviously, but usually it's kind of loud and a bunch of people just talking. And it's like, it's fine. It's just, you know, it's just not relaxing to me anyway. There you go, cafeteria. But I was gonna say, like the washroom or bathroom next to the cafeteria makes sense. Like you know, like a mall that I go to sometimes near where I commute to work actually has a new washroom. You know, got renovated near the food court or whatever, which I sometimes go to get some food. But it makes sense. You know, I think it makes sense to have it like right near the food court, you know, right near where you eat, actually, because that's where you wash your hands, you know, and maybe, you know, after you eat, you go to the washroom or whatever, you piss or whatever, I don't know. It's like, that makes sense to me, I don't know. You want it near where you eat, maybe not like literally, you know, you don't want the toilet like right literally next to you, but like, you know, nearby, it makes sense to me, you know. So anyway, that's just to say that I think it's a good idea, actually. Who's this person? Hey, are you okay? Oh, I'm sorry, What happened? It's about Naoki. Naoki? He's a junior. Brown hair, usually wears a red hoodie. You probably don't know him. No, I don't. What happened to him? He's missing. It's been several days and he's nowhere to be found. I'm so scared. Okay, is that the missing person? Police? Police? Question mark? Useless. They're not doing anything. They just say he just ran away. His parents? They don't care. They're too tangled up in their own problems. Mostly drugs. They haven't even noticed he's gone. Drugs. That's pretty messed up. I don't know what to do. What if someone happened to him? He's never disappeared for so long before. Where have you looked? Everywhere I could think of. I called all his friends, checked all his usual places, nothing. Oh, sorry. I'm so afraid for him. What if... I'm sorry. I don't even know you, and here I am dumping all this on you, trauma dumping. I'll keep trying to find him. I won't give up. I won't give up. Anyway, he's freaking dead, by the way. What's his name again? I already forgot his name. You know, he has a red hoodie, right? Or something like that. He's freaking dead. There's probably a serial killer around here. He's probably 6 feet under. Anyway. This is the cafeteria counter where you can buy buns. The buns are cheap, but drinks are very expensive. It's cheaper to pour yourself some tea from a nearby stand. There's usually a cashier, but she's gone. This happens frequently here. Despite these issues, the buns here are really tasty and still warm. If I had arrived earlier, I could have chosen the main course, but now only soup, tea, and lemonade are left. I hate the lemonade from the cafeteria. They often dilute it with water, which makes it lose all its flavor. There isn't even any real lemon in it, it's just you. No, I always see it in video games and cartoons that people go to the cafeteria and buy food. I never bought food though, I don't think. I don't know, for one I just never had money. You know, I didn't have money. I just bought a sandwich. I always just went to school with my own lunch and just ate my own food. So I didn't have like an actual like money to buy anything. And also it's like there's usually like a long lineup, you know? It's like, you know, wait like a long time, like you're already hungry, like I don't want to eat something right away. I don't want to wait in a long line. Anyway. Let's go, let's sit with our friends. These people are our friends apparently. Here's Freddy. Hi Dakota. Hi, I've been looking for you everywhere. Why didn't you wake me up? Why didn't you wake me? Oh, because I guess we maybe took a nap during class maybe? Here's Rena. We wanted you to get enough sleep. Hi everyone. Oh, what do you... Oh, here's Jeff by the way. Okay, what does Jeff sound like? I don't know. I was like, what do you... I don't know, what would Jeff sound like? I don't know, I have to differentiate between the characters' voices, so I don't know how to differentiate between them. What are you doing here? I swear, Jeff, your tongue should be used to clean toilets. Hey, Olivia, don't pay attention to this idiot. I just asked what she's doing here. It's a simple question. I invited her? Why? Because Olivia's our mutual friend and a good person. Get over it already. Okay, guys. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Maybe I should leave? Yes. No. Stay with us. If this is a vote, I don't mind you being here. I feel like Luke is like the normal guy, you know? So he just sounds like I'm the guy. I'm the guy voice. I just basically do my voice, except maybe a little bit more deeper. I don't care. You know, I don't know. My voices are bad, but like Freddy is like, you know, I'm like the prankster. I'm the Joker guy. You know, I'm the Joker baby. You know, basically. Luke is like, hello everyone. I am Luke. You know, I am the responsible person here. You know, this is my responsible voice. And Jeff is like, I don't know yet, but like I guess Jeff is like, I'm an asshole. You know, screw you. Anyway. You know, maybe you should leave after all. I invite you here just to betray you, actually. I hate you. I despise you. No. I mean, that sounds dumb. I feel like that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't we want her here? Unless she did do something horrible, actually. Turns out she's a murderer. I don't know. She actually killed the other guy that went missing. I don't know. What does Jeff know that we don't? Anyway, stay with us, though. Don't pay attention to Jeff. Okay, thanks for the support, Dakota. But guys, I need to get some pastries. You wait for me, right? Of course. Please get one for me too. Here's the money. A plum one, please. Alright, consider it done. Okay guys, we need to talk about today's trip. Also, like a guy, I don't know, again, maybe it's my own like biases about like, I guess, gender roles. But like a guy being mean to a girl, like why aren't we kicking him out? You know, like that's one of the worst things you could do. Like, you can't be mean to a girl as a guy. Like, that's... Like, you're a jerk if you do that. Like, no one would like you. You know? I don't know. Anyway. That's, like, incel behavior, you know? Like, I don't know. Unless she did something, like, really, truly horrible. But, like, apparently no one else knows about that, so I don't know. Anyway, what trip? Are you serious? Dakota still doesn't know. Or, I don't know what Jeff sounds like. Freddy, you're supposed to tell her. I thought everything was going according to plan. Yeah, I was planning to tell her today. Yeah, today. What are you guys up to? Well, how should I put this? We're going to that abandoned hospital on the outskirts of the city. Yes, finally, the main plot of the game, by the way. I think I put on the stream title. We're supposed to go to an abandoned hospital. We haven't gotten there yet, even though I went on a whole tangent about something else for so long. Why? Well, all the teenagers should have visited an abandoned place at least once in their lives. Plus, I want to try my new camera. I bought a new ghost detector device. Imagine if the device works and you'll get a picture of the real ghosts. And how do you expect to capture a ghost on camera? They're called ghosts because they're invisible. Who says ghosts are invisible? How would you know if you've never seen one? Besides, my new camera can capture everything. That hospital has been abandoned and off limits for a long time. There's a fence around it. How are we gonna get in? Good question. Look, I've got keys to the gate. Someone's lucky to be born into the family of the mayor of our small town. It has nepotism. Exactly. So, Dakota, are you in? Don't pressure her like that. She probably needs time to think about... I'm in. Wow, that was quick. I'm surprised. I didn't think you were the type to look for trouble. Turns out I am. Dakota, can I talk to you for a second? Sure. I don't know, sure, why not? Dakota, I know your situation. And if you don't want to, you don't have to go. Really, you can invite Olivia instead. No, I have to go. Dakota, I don't know. I just feel like I should go, Freddy. And can we still invite Olivia? Like, more the merrier, I guess. Yeah, no problem. The more people, the merrier. Oh, he's already saying it. Just let everyone know. Okay. Obs, as a guy, you agree? Yeah, the fact that Jeff, being mean to a girl. I don't know. Again, what would Jeff sound? I don't know. I'm still not sure what kind of voice I'm giving Jeff. I'm giving like a weird nasally voice, but that was like Kenny's voice actually. So I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I can't really decide. Anyway, well, guys, I'm going with you. I will also ask Olivia if she wants to come too. I mean, I guess he's like the son of a mayor, right? So when I think of son of mayor, like nepotism, rich kid. It's more like, condescending, like, Are you seriously saying this right now? That sounds too elegant for him, though. I don't know. I don't know what he's supposed to sound like. At least, with what limited voice acting I can do, like limited voice acting skills, which I don't have, but... Are you seriously saying this right now? 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 I don't know. I guess I'll do the nasally. I can only do like, that's the two things I can do. I can just do my own voice. I can do like a nasally version of my own voice, and that's basically it. But are you seriously saying this right now? Yes, and you won't say a single bad word to her during her trip. Actually, I arranged all this, and I think I have the right to disagree. Jeff, can you stop already? More people will make it more fun. Who knows? Maybe she'll save you from a monster in the hospital later. You're not foreshadowing at all. Yeah, or she might see a knife in the hospital and stab me to death. That's why you shouldn't upset her. Hi everyone. Bought some buns for you guys. I'm totally not gonna stab Jeff with this knife that I have in my hands. Would you like some? Are they not poison? Yes, I'll take one. Thank you so much. I love cherry buns. I'm not against free food. I've already eaten today, so I have to decline. Dakota, would you like a bun? Sure. I don't know why Jeff is so mistrusting of Olivia. I don't know. Maybe she turns out to be like a weird, crazy yandere. I don't know. But there's no explanation though, so there's no reason to suspect her. So I don't know why we're suspecting her. Why is Jeff particularly suspecting her? I don't understand. Anyway, here you go. Thank you very much. Olivia, we were thinking of inviting you on a trip with us. Really? I'd love to go. What time? Where? When? Listen, we're going to a scary place. You need to understand that. Yeah, incredibly scary. Why did you say you believe in ghosts too, Dakota? There's nothing there. We're just going for fun and tell others about it. Hey, what if a ghost kills you there, huh? What would I do then? I don't know. Cry, probably? But how can a ghost kill? It's invisible, you know? Is it according to the rules that the ghost, you know, can't interact with the living world or whatever? Olivia, so are you coming with us? Yes, of course. I'm happy you invite me. Then the day after school, we'll leave our backpacks in the lockers and go. For how long? My mom might scold me if I come home late. Now, we need to return before they completely close the school so we can get our backpacks. Okay then, I'm in. Oh, there's the bell. We need to go to class. Okay, I'm getting into the groove, even though all my voices are honestly just ridiculous, but... or sometimes I feel like I don't exaggerate enough, you know? Sometimes I feel like the voices sound a little bit too similar, so I'm trying to, like, differentiate them, you know? Dakota, hi. I'm glad to see you. Hey, have you guys been here long? Not really, but I could feel Jeff stressing about Rena and Freddy being late from a mile away. Where's Freddy anyway? No idea. Rena's in the restroom though. Maybe Freddy's fixing his makeup too, huh? Left me here with you all. Jeff, relax. Don't take it so personally. Call me when Freddy shows up. Until then, I got nothing to say to you. Why is he so angry? I'm afraid he's just self-centered. Nothing he can do. Why are we friends with him? You know, who likes him even? I guess Freddy is like friends with him. Otherwise, no one else in his group likes him. Olivia, did he say something mean to you? No, it's fine. He's just grumpy. I told you, ignore him. He's acting like a typical teenager, even though we are typical teenagers, technically. He is a teenager? Yeah, but he could be wiser. I don't get what's up with him. Thanks for waiting. Sorry, I rushed as fast as I could. Freddy, I get it. You're a good-looking guy and all, but what took you so long? Touching up on your makeup? Are they? I mean, it's funny because all the characters, you know, it's like that anime thing, you know, where like everyone is drawn like bishi, you know, no one like looks particularly like exceedingly ugly necessarily or plain really. They all look like K-pop stars. So like to say that he's particularly handsome is kind of like, it's like informed beauty, I guess, you know. It's a trope actually to say like this character is particularly pretty and beautiful, but like everyone else just looks as, you know, as pretty anyway. Like they're all K-pop idols. Like what's the difference? Anyway, but apparently Freddy is a K-pop idol, I guess, like in particular. Like apparently he's handsome, I'm assuming. I was fixing something, but not that. The pocket I keep my wallet in ripped. What are the other pockets for? I only have 2 real pockets for my wallet, and both are torn now. Tried sewing one shut. You could have just asked me to hold your wallet. Who knows what happened? I need it on me. What if we split up or something? I don't want any issues. Ah, God, whatever. Seen Rena on the way? No? Damn, we're already 10 minutes late. I don't want to get home after dark, capiche? I'll go get her. Hurry up. Oh, Olivia, didn't see you there, hi. Hi. Anyway, Dakota, you okay? Same as always, fine. Saw you napping in Mr. Green's class. Lucky he's nice. Yeah, at least I'm well rested and ready to go now. You know, I feel like Freddy actually is more... Because at first, you know, when he pranked us, he did a jump scare. I was definitely getting some bro dude vibes, you know? Be like, you know, what's up, bro? You know, that kind of thing. Surfer dude or something. But now, like, it seems like he's more like a fuckboy or whatever. Is that the right word? Is that the right terminology? I don't know if that's the right terminology. Like, he's a playboy, right? Or something like that. Is that the idea? I'm not sure. I'm trying to get an idea what the character is supposed to be. I guess he's supposed to be more like a playboy type, you know, where he's like, you know, he's like super charming or whatever, you know. He's always like, he doesn't do his homework, he's always late, but like, you know, but then most people don't care. They're like, oh, you know, whatever, because he's like good looking or whatever. Is that the idea? I don't know. So maybe the voice is wrong. Maybe his voice is supposed to be more smoother than that. I don't know. Whatever. I'm sticking to the weird surfer dude voice. If anything happens, we'll stick together, okay? At least the best I can do anyway. That's how I do the bro voice. You know? What's up, dude? You know, let's hang out together, go to the abandoned hospital and get killed by monsters. Hooray! Hey, cut the sap. I don't want to hear this drama. Freddy didn't even say anything weird. Guys, forgive me. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. I mixed up the time and thought I had 20 more minutes to get ready. Then I smeared mascara everywhere and had to scrub it off. Blah, blah, blah. We get it. I'm glad you're here. Let's go. We have to speedwalk to make up for last time. I'm guessing Jeff, I don't know, but looking at him now, he has earrings and all that. I feel like, I guess he's more of like a delinquent type, actually. Despite the fact that he's, I don't know, like he's a son of a mayor or whatever, but like, I guess he's more of a delinquent type. Is that what he's supposed to be? Sound more like rough, you know? It's like, blah, blah, blah. We get it, or whatever. But it doesn't sound right. You know, when I do like a deeper voice, I imagine a more older person. And they're just teenagers, so I don't know. They, like, in my head, teenagers haven't hit puberty yet. You know, they all have like high pitched voices. You know, they're like, I like to play my Fortnite. You know, that's what teenagers sound like to me. I like Fortnite and TikTok. I'm a zoomer. Gat skibbity toilet. Anyway, but yeah, we're gonna speedwalk there. And by the way, the art is definitely interesting. A lot of angles, a lot of perspectives they try to like put in. That's interesting. Yeah, like well, it's more like a visual novel, you know. Even though we do walk around a little bit, but it mostly is like a visual novel. Those dark clouds don't look good. I think we're in for some rain. Nah, you're worrying too much. They'll blow right over. I hope so. I always end up catching a cold when I get caught in the rain. Come on, guys. A little rain never hurt anyone. We're not gonna dissolve like sugar cubes. Hey, speaking of being prepared, did everyone remember to bring flashlights? Yeah, I've got one from Freddy myself. I brought one for Rena and me to share. Dakota, what about you? Did you bring one? I don't have a flashlight with me. Did anyone bring an extra? Looks like no one does. Guess you have to head back home. Jeff, that's not funny anymore. Why are you being so hostile? Who said anything about you specifically? I was talking to Dakota too. What? Think everyone thinks about you? Can't take a joke? Since only Luke and Jeff have flashlights, we'll need to split into 2 groups of 3. Or yeah, 3 groups. I can't speak. 2 groups of 3, right? Is that what you said? Dakota, you'll come with Jeff and me. Olivia, you'll go with Rena and Luke. That's the plan. I want to explore my own like a true horror protagonist, actually. I don't need you people. Dakota, that's reckless. No flashlight and all by yourself? No way you're going alone. You know what kind of place this is? We need to stay together. If she wants to go solo, let her. We're not responsible for her. Dakota, are you really sure about this? Yep. Well, we can't force her to stay. Dakota, what's gone into you? Nothing. I just want to go alone. Hey, Rena. Yeah? I've been meaning to ask you about Hana. I just wasn't sure how. What's she done now? Starting drama again? There's quite a history there. Freddy was actually my lifeline back then. When everyone else turned their backs on me, he stood up for me. That's how I ended up in this group. But why did she have it up for you? Well, I'm not entirely innocent in this either. Kinda ended up with a crush. Oh, Luke, I guess. Oh, come on. You can't steal someone. If they choose to leave, they were never truly committed in the first place. Wait, what happened exactly? This was before your time, Olivia. Before you, Dakota, and Jeff joined our class, it was just Freddy, Luke, and me. I was in Hana's circle then. She had this huge crush on Luke, though she never actually said it out loud. Then I started developing feelings for him too. I still don't get what either of you saw in me. Don't sell yourself short. Anyway, while Hana was just deciding from afar, I decided to actually do something about it. Start talking to Luke, sitting with him at lunch. Remember those awkward first conversations? How could I forget? I couldn't figure out why someone like you would even want to talk to me. When Hana noticed things got ugly, she turned the whole class against me. We were young, but it still hurt. They were brutal. Vandalized her desk, soaked her belongings, threw her backpack in the trash. I couldn't just stand by and watch. I was a nobody then, no friends, no influence. I could have told the teachers, but everyone else, they just looked the other way. Long story short, Freddy stood up for us and helped us through it all. That's how it ended. Wow, so Freddy's like a hero in this story. I don't see anything heroic about it. From what I've heard, Rena, you treated Hana pretty badly. No wonder she's still upset. Seems kinda justified. No offense, I'm just giving my honest take, hearing this for the first time. How so? You were friends with her, weren't you? You could have talked to her about it, found some way to work it out. But instead you went behind her back, even though she knew she had feelings, or even though you knew she had feelings for him. What's this drama about? We were suddenly talking about... I thought we were splitting up, you know? Yeah, we're gonna like split up like Scooby-Doo, right? But now we're talking about this drama that happened previously. You were on me about making peace with Olivia, but when it comes to your own advice... Sorry, that last bit was a bit harsh, but my point still stands. There are better ways to handle it. You're right, I get that, but the way they bullied me was way out of proportion to my immature behavior. I was just a kid then. Nobody deserves that kind of treatment. Jeff, you weren't there that year. You don't know what really happened. And you're not much better, Luke. Your girlfriend was being tormented and all you did was talk to teachers? If it were me, I would have fought back. All muscle and no thought. Would you really have to hit, would you really have hit girls? If someone was hurting someone I cared about like that, I wouldn't care who they were. Look, let's drop this before it gets worse. No point arguing about it now. Okay, he would hit girls, you know, I would say. He's mean to girls, and he would violently hit them as well, you know? Why is this guy here? Anyway, maybe we should talk about this hospital we're heading to instead. We must be getting close now. Really? No one has anything to say? I'll start. According to my dad, it's a cursed place. He was actually involved in shutting it down. Something about radioactive leaks. Though what kind of radioactive materials would even be in a hospital? Oh, that reminds me. My mom told me about an aunt who worked there before it closed. She suddenly left town when I was really young, taking my cousin with her. I never got to meet them. Mom says she just lost it. Do you think you'll ever find them, Rena? At least your cousin. I hope so. She didn't even leave any contact info, just vanished. I always thought when I got older I'd track them down. You know, with new technology and everything, I still want to find them. Freddy, you're awfully quiet. What? Oh, sorry. Just got lost in thought. I don't really have any connection to this hospital. Probably just another abandoned building. Dakota, you've barely said a word today. You know, like as a silent protagonist. Like POV, main character. Yeah, we just talked about teenage angst. I guess we were like, we were talking on the way there. I wasn't aware of that, you know, it wasn't obvious to me because the sprites, they just look like they're standing, but actually I guess they're just walking and talking, you know, I guess that's why. Sorry, like Freddy, I'm just thinking, something about Rena's aunt's story doesn't add up. Or Rena's aunt's story, there's two possessives. What do you mean? Did she leave right before the hospital closed or way before? I'm pretty sure it was right before. I see, thanks. What are you thinking? Don't you think it's strange? It's like she knew the hospital was going to close and got out while she could. You've got a point. But still, how could someone just abandon their family? Maybe she felt she had no choice. Maybe she was in danger. Dakota, don't say things like that. I'm sure Rena's aunt is okay. Actually, I don't know. At this point, anything is possible. Something in that hospital must have really scared her to make her run like that. What if she saw a ghost? Can you stop with the ghost stories already? Was it just your aunt and her child who left, or did her husband go too? That's an oddly specific question. I'm not sure about all the details. I think her husband died in the war, so she was already a widow. For all I know, she might have met someone at the hospital and left with them. Guess we'll never know what really happened. The seniors at school say there are actual ghosts in that hospital. They claim that they went to check it out themselves. The seniors just like getting attention. They probably never went there. But I overheard them talking in the hallway. Hey, it's starting to rain. We should pick up the pace. You know, the rain effect plays. Great. Looks like we're gonna get completely drenched. Loading. Look at all these characters. You know, not having a walking animation. They just bounce around. You know, this is like I don't know, like Paper Mario. Or no, do the Paper Mario sprites, they like bounce around? I don't know, but that's what that reminds me of. La di da di da. Again, I feel like the voices, I'm getting them mixed up again. You know, okay, Freddy is like, "Hello guys, I'm Freddy. I'm super cool." And or no, yeah, okay. And Jeff is like, hello everybody, I'm Jeff. And I hate women. I'm a misogynist, you know. And Luke is like, "Hello everyone, I'm Luke." Luke is the easiest because Luke is just me. You know, Luke, or not literally me, but you know, it's just a slightly deeper version of my own voice. And Olivia obviously just stutters. So Olivia, I'm stutter a lot. I'm super nervous, and I stutter all my words. And Rena is like, "Hello, I'm a generic woman voice, where it's just a slightly breathier version of my voice. It's just that's it. I don't know." Anyway, well, guys, I think we're cooked. We're cooked. Well, I guess. I mean, that's actually not a new word, but like I feel like it became a Zoomer word, you know, like the fact that like we're cooked, guys, we're cooked, we're crashing out, or like something. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know all the new terminology, but like I feel like being cooked definitely is something Zoomers use a lot. Though I do feel like it is like it is a common phrase even before the Zoomer generation, you know. Anyway. What's wrong now? The key doesn't work? They changed the locks. It's a pin code lock now. Oh, come on, let me see. Damn, it's still pouring buckets out here. Are we going home? Who said that? Alright, Rena, try the classic 666. It needs 4 digits, genius. Oh, fine then, try 4 6s or 4 4s. I read somewhere those were the course numbers. Well, any luck? Let's just go home. This lock isn't budging. Did you even try my numbers? Try them yourself if you want. Obviously, they don't work. You either need to find the combination or give up. I told you this was a bad idea from the start. I even warned you about the storm. Jeff, we're all gonna catch a fever and die, but hey, at least we'll have visited this abandoned house for absolutely nothing. How do we even follow that key nonsense? Clearly it was a lie. And you dragged Dakota into this too? Can you calm down? How's the rain my fault? I get why you're mad, but don't blame me. You agreed to come. If you wanted out, you could have bailed the second you saw the clouds, smartass. And the key thing wasn't a lie. I swear I didn't know they changed the locks. Hey, Jeff, you're pissing me off. Guys, let's search for 10 more minutes. If we find nothing, we'll go home. Yeah, okay, let's look around a bit. We've come this far. If we get in there, at least we'll be out of the rain. Save the game. After a long dialogue scene, I guess. Walk around. Whee! I mean, I don't know. Let's try his number. Okay. I was wondering if it was an Easter egg, you know? Be like, well, I tried Jeff's number. It doesn't work. He's an idiot. Or something. Flashlight. Oh. I didn't need to bring a flashlight after all. Amazing. I just find one on the ground. A sign reads clearly, "Attention! Entry is strictly prohibited. Private property." Despite the rain, the text remains perfectly legible. A toppled garbage bin has spilled its contents onto the rain-soaked ground. Medical waste is scattered about. It's an M dash, which, by the way, you know, I only learned recently that ChatGPT apparently uses M dashes a lot, and that's a way to tell if it's AI generated usually. You know, I didn't know that. You know, I was trying to use more M dashes recently because I found them cool, but actually it's because the AI is using it. You know, I was like, wait a minute, I shouldn't use M dashes because then people will assume that I'm using ChatGPT. Anyway, medical waste is scattered about. Used syringes, smashed vials, and broken ampules glint in the puddles. The putrid smell of decay forces you to retreat. It's not safe to stay here too long. Very stinky. A large fallen sign rests in the mud beneath an empty pole. The metal surface bears the engraving St. Mercy Hospital. Quality medical care for every patient. The raindrops steadily struck the sign, clearing away accumulated dust. Well, not anymore. No more quality care anymore. A dead rat. A dead mouse lies on the path, its body decomposing and its fur drenched by rain. The grotesque sight compels you to look away and move on. Rats. Rats. Where are the rats? We stalk at night. What was it like? I forget the song. We stalk at night. We... Something. Where are the rats? I don't know, anyway. A worn leather boot lies half buried in the mud. Sole peeling away, laces have disintegrated, completely worthless. Just an old boot. Though I've noticed the rat has like stitchings for some reason. Very strange. I wonder if there were some experiments in this hospital, and that's like an escaped experimental, like, what do you call it? Like a test rat, I guess, or test mouse used for scientific experiments. I don't know. Like, what do you call it? I guess a lab mouse is what you call it. Lab rat? I guess that's the term. Lab rat. Ah. Well, what happened there? That actually scared me a little bit. Anyway, here's a newspaper. You guys go, get distracted by the loud noise. I'm just gonna read this, like, soggy newspaper instead. President Harrison takes oath of office. What's next? President of the Northern Republic, apparently. Northern Republic. Is this like, I guess, an alternative, like, like alternate history, Like legally distinct Northern Republic is the place that we live in. Changes are coming faster than you expect, yada yada yada, new jobs, yada, they always say that. Private clinic brings hope to Millbrook. St. Mercy Hospital, exclusive private medical facility, opened its door on September 15, 1971? Oh, is that the code maybe? Marking a significant milestone for the small town of Millbrook. Late news announced its intention to visit St. Mercy Hospital next week, yada yada yada. Blackbirds set to perform. Oh, the band. 1970... What's that say? 1970 something. 1977, I want to say? I wonder if that's the code. What was that loud noise, by the way? Nobody... Everyone's back. What was that? Hello? I guess... I don't know, I thought everyone was gonna investigate the loud noise. But, or maybe it was this. I didn't see it, actually. I was looking at something else, but maybe it was the lamppost. The thing falling off? Is that what it was? I guess that's what it was. I didn't see it, actually. I totally, like... I guess erased it from my mind. I didn't see that. Anyway, so the code is probably 1970 something. Maybe 77? 71? There you go. Okay, it was a 1. I thought it looked like a 7. I managed to crack the lock code. We can head in now. I think I'm getting a cold. This place is awful. Not because of any ghosts or monsters, just this terrible weather. Already regretting coming here. Oh, come here and hug me. I'll warm you up. We'll probably just get even more soaked. Why are you guys all just standing at the gate? Go in. Hold on, just some water. Is this really the hospital? Well, unless there's another creepy abandoned building of hospital written in peeling paint around here. It looks pretty menacing. Is this a hospital? When I think of hospitals, I think of like a, like in the city. Like a big building, This looks like more like an old house. That's what it looks like to me. Can we discuss the architecture later? Let's find the entrance and get out of this rain first. She's right, let's move. I mean, it was made in the 70s? I'm not sure. Oh, that's the end. We didn't even get to like go into that freaking hospital. You know, spent all this time. We didn't do the one thing that was advertised, by the way. So it's false advertising a little bit. Okay, that's all I'm saying. But I guess it makes sense. You know, the beginning is just a way to like get to know the characters and like give an idea who they are and like give context and background, and then the actual game begins, I guess. Oh well, I guess that's it for the demo, though. Is there like a way to exit? Oh, okay, it just fades out. There you go. That's the game. I guess, yeah, I mean, that's the game. I guess I'll just give my final thoughts on it. Yeah, I mean, it was alright. I mean, I like the art style for the most part. The dynamics between the characters, it feels like they're building up to something, so it sounds interesting to me. I wonder where it leads. So I guess we'll see. Maybe in the full game, I don't know. If I play the full game, I'm not sure. I want to see how it's like, you know, like I want to see some other reviews and all that when the full game comes out. But yeah, I mean, I think I know what the developer's doing. You know, we're getting to know the characters. You know, getting to know their relationships in the beginning. Obviously, Jeff is like, you know, seems like an asshole, but maybe there's a reason why he's an asshole. I don't know. Something happens. I guess we'll see. I do wonder if it's gonna go down a supernatural route, right? Like a little bit like Corpse Party or something. I don't know. Because I don't know. I'm just looking at the screenshots here. I guess it's yeah, basically what we saw before already. I don't know. Like I want to know what the actual hospital looks like, right? Is there like a thing, you know, where we get lost in the hospital, and then there's like monsters chasing us, or like a serial killer? I don't know. I feel like it's building up to that, but like it's left. I'm not sure if it's gonna be like something like that. Because if it is, that sounds interesting. And it's not gore here, by the way. Misleading, because there's only like one dead rat, you know, and that's it. I wanted bodies being chopped up, okay? So I wonder if it gets that violent. If it doesn't, I don't know. I'm not sure, but... Quick look at the trailer real quick. Skip through it. Oh, this is very like World of Horror, by the way. This little trailer here. You know, World of Horror. I don't know. Again, I like the art style. I like the art style, and I like the idea of where they're going towards, but I'm not sure how it's going to turn out. So I don't know. I don't know if I have an opinion on that yet, because you know this just doesn't reveal anything yet enough, right? You know, I feel like the demo, ironically, even though I don't like cliffhangers, it should have left a little bit more of a cliffhanger, you know, because it's kind of like, oh, we enter a hospital, okay, you know. My major criticism. And who knows, maybe it is important, but like I do feel like my criticism is that it starts out kind of slow, right? It spends a little bit too much time trying to introduce all the characters and all the details, when really we should be doing that in the hospital. You know, we shouldn't really be doing that when there isn't any danger, all right? A little bit in the beginning is fine, but like I do feel like we're just meandering a little bit too long, when all of this like foreshadowing, a lot of this like, you know, learning of the backstory of the characters and everything, we should be just doing it when we're already in the hospital. You know, we should really just be in the hospital already. Again, unless there's a reason for it. I don't know what developers cooking, I guess, but like I feel like a lot of this like kind of like details that surface should just come out naturally when we're in like a dangerous situation, because then it's more interesting, right? Then you're more invested, I feel like, rather than like, oh, you know, we're just like going to school and then we're having lunch with our friends and oh, we're just gonna hang out and walk to this place, you know, we're gonna like have a conversation, yada yada, blah blah blah, da 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 da, you know. It's like, it feels like nothing's going on. And part of the issue, especially for like a horror game in particular, is that there is no tension, right? There's nothing that we're like, you know, there's nothing that is moving the story forward necessarily, because there's no danger, you know, there's no goal, you know, there's no like main purpose. And usually in the horror game, usually it's like surviving, right? To like get away from monsters and all that. And that's my expectation anyway. So I do feel like in this little prologue here, we spend way too much time just kind of like doing nothing, you know, and not to like say it as like as a way to say like it's not important, you know, to explore and like to, you know, get to know the characters again, but like I feel like that's better served in a more tensed area, right? A more tense like part of the story, right? Because I like it better that way, when we're like we get thrust into the main story as fast as you can, or not as fast, but you know, we get to the main point, and then we learn all the extra things as we go, right? Instead of just having it all in the beginning to explain, this is Reina, this is Olivia, she has a stutter, this is Jeff, he's an asshole, he likes to beat women, you know, and this is Freddy, your best friend, who's like kind of a slacker, but apparently he does makeup or whatever. I don't know if he actually did makeup. Jeff, I think Jeff was like just giving him, you know, he was just teasing him. But anyway, you know, like having to know all of this, like that's fine and all, but like it should be like when we're running away from a monster, you know, like, you know, we're running away from a monster, oh no, you know, and then we choose which friend to like hide, you know, in the room, and then as we're hiding, you know, then we can have this like small conversation, you know, so, or just in general get to know them, whatever. It should just naturally just come out while like things are happening, instead of like when nothing is happening, right? If that makes sense. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense, but like I feel like it's more interesting that way. You know, again, I'm just thinking of Corpse Party, right? Corpse Party had a bit of like a beginning, but then everyone gets sucked into like a different world. You know, it's minor spoilers, I guess, from the very beginning. But like, you know, it's a bunch of like similar idea, right? Like a bunch of teenagers, they do like a little thing, they introduce other characters like really quickly, and then they get all sucked into like a different dimension where there's like monsters and people dying, you know, or like ghosts or whatever, and like they, oh no, how do we survive? And they get split up and all that. But the fun of that is that as we go through the game, we learn more about the characters, you know, and their motivations and their relationships as we, you know, try to survive in a dangerous situation. You know, that's more interesting, right? I feel like, rather than just having a normal conversation, because then it doesn't feel like a horror game. It just feels like a dating sim or something, you know, which I don't know, maybe some people do like that, you know. For example, the first thing I think of is like social links, right? Social links in Persona. I personally find them really boring, you know, but that's just me, that's my opinion. But like, I don't really like social link / dating sim scenes when nothing is happening, right? It's like, it just feels like filler. I like it when it's more so that, you know, it happens like during like a as part of like the whole overarching narrative, and it actually plays a role, you know, like it plays like there's a point, you know, there's a reason why, for example, and I don't know, obviously this is just a guess, but like I'm assuming there's a reason, for example, why Rena and Luke, you know, are together, right? They're like together, they're like a couple and everything, because later on there's something gonna happen that's gonna like tear them apart, you know, and like they're gonna like fight or something, and when they're fighting, a monster is gonna kill one of them or whatever, right? And things like that, right? We're setting up these relationships early so that later on we can see what happens when we put them in like a dangerous situation, right? So, you know, I get that point, but like I wish we kind of learn it during it, you know, during when we're in the actual like scary part, rather than like when nothing's happening. I'm repeating myself, but that's basically it, you know. Basically the beginning is a little bit, it dwells on everything a little bit too long. Anyway, but yeah, other than that, it looks interesting. Maybe I'll check it out, the full game, when it comes out. Who knows? I just want to see like how it's like, right? What do the different like choices do, right? That's a thing too, which obviously we don't get to really explore in the demo, I feel like. I don't know, like for example, you can like not bring Olivia, so that's an interesting aspect too. Like you can just like not have Olivia the whole time. I wonder if that affects something as well down the line. Is it better to bring Olivia? Maybe it's not good to bring Olivia, you know. Maybe if you bring Olivia, worse things happen. I don't know, like, right? So I do wonder in the full game, apparently those choices do matter, so I wonder how that turns out. Of course, we won't see that. I won't be able to see that until the full game comes out. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. Anyway, But that's it for the demo of Unfriendly Friend. And I guess I'll do the usual reminder that I usually do. So if you didn't know, if you're watching the VOD or maybe the video, video. If you didn't know, I actually stream these games live. So you can subscribe to my YouTube channel, change the notification bell from personalized to on to get notified when I go live. You can also follow my Twitch and Twitter as well. Thanks for watching. I guess I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so let's see. It's been about 3 hours and 46 minutes and 41 seconds exactly on OBS. I don't know. Basically, I have 15 minutes, but like, I don't know what I can do in 15 minutes, to be honest. So I don't know. Maybe, you know what? Let's do this. Let's how do you load? You can save, but I don't know if you can load. Yeah, I can't like load. I can't. How do I load? I don't know how to load. But I was just thinking, like, maybe let's there you go. You can choose an action here. Okay. Let's spend a little more time in this game, actually. As I was saying, maybe the choices do matter a little bit. So, like, you know, some extra bonus time in this game. I wanted to load back here because I wanted to do Kenny's question again. Basically, I want revenge for Kenny's riddles. Jump scare! Woo! It's funny, you know, I feel like they did a little jump scare there because that's the point, right? It's the horror element. So like, oh, here's this fake jump scare. So later on, when there's a real jump scare, you know, you'll really get scared or something, right? But like, again, it's like a little bit too meandering, right? The situation itself is just not scary. They're just going to school, you know, and then having lunch in the cafeteria. And then they go to like a random like haunted place, woo, you know, because they're like silly kids, whatever. It's like, nothing's happening. At the very least, I mean, there's a little bit, right? There's a little bit like someone's missing, for example. That's like a small little detail. I wish there was a little bit more of that, a little bit more build up, a little more foreshadowing at the very least. If they're not going to the hospital right away, it should be like, I don't know, something a little bit more so that I care, right? And maybe it's just hard for me to care, I guess. Maybe it's like kind of hard for me to care in general, but like part of writing is to make me care, right? You can't just assume that the reader automatically cares about your characters. You have to make them care, right? And you can do that in various ways. You can make them relatable. You can make them entertaining. You can make them funny. I don't know. You can do it in various ways. But for me, I feel like it's kind of like you should make me care in the sense that that you gotta make me care by making me think that something's horrible is gonna happen to these characters. That's how you make me care usually, you know. And like, oh, okay, now I'm interested. Now I care about these characters' lives. They're not just hanging out and just having a normal conversation. There's something sinister going on in the background, and I have to pay attention, right? Something like that. That will make me care. Again, I'm super biased. I have like a very specific taste, I guess, when it comes to like horror games. Like I like I don't know. I like it when there's like suspense, right? And this is like, and a little bit more like, you know, a little bit more not action necessarily, because then it becomes like a, you know, Resident Evil. You know, I don't really love Resident Evil type games either when it becomes like too much for like an action game. They're fine, but like not really the first thing I pick. I like more like, again, like Corpse Party, or like, I'm trying to think what's a good one, like, you know, like classic RPG Maker games like Ib or something. I liked what was it called again? Enbrol, you know, stuff like that. Or like, you know, everything seems okay, but then there's actually something sinister going on underneath, and, you know, it's creeping up, right? And slowly it builds up until like it becomes like a full-on horror is the idea. But, you know, so far at least in the prologue, in the demo anyway, it doesn't really showcase that enough, right? It just kind of like leaves it all like normal. I wish there was a little bit more horror elements right in the beginning, at least. doesn't have to be, again, it doesn't have to be like a monster chasing you, but like a little bit of suspense building would be nice. Anyway, time. And it's something I ran about as well, but also like pacing, right? And usually, you know, the thing is, a lot of like, I feel like a lot of games I play anyway, especially story games, the pacing is just too slow, you know? Obviously, sometimes the pacing can be too fast, but often the problem is too slow. And I think part of the issue is it's not so much how fast the events are happening necessarily, but it's more so if there is a sense of urgency, right? If there's some kind of sense of urgency, like something is happening, like often you see in video games, right? Like something's gonna happen, you know, you need to do this now, hero, or whatever, or otherwise the whole town will get wiped out, or something like that. That's an extreme example. And it's often in video games like RPGs, you know, even though in the narrative, right? Like, oh no, the world is going to explode in 2 days. You gotta help us, hero. But actually, you just spend like 1,000,000 hours just doing a bunch of side quests and grinding XP, you know, and they never get around to it. And the main quest just doesn't really proceed until you actually interact with the character that you need to talk to. But anyway, you know, some kind of sense of urgency will be nice as well, right? To feel like, you know, even though not really, but like to feel like that time is limited and you have to like proceed the story, otherwise something bad is going to happen or something, right? At least feel like it, even though not literally. That would help make the pacing feel more quicker, you know, or more like snappy. But anyway. But, you know, I'm cheating, by the way. Imagination is the answer to the second riddle. I have the power of time travel, Elsai Kanguru. Impressive, truly amazing. Well done. Well, the next one's really hard. You'll never guess it in 1,000,000 years. I've been singing it for the judges at the end. Alright. I am everywhere and nowhere at once. I can be described as both a wave and a particle. I defy the laws of classical physics. My very existence creates paradoxes. I cannot be measured precisely without being altered. I am entangled with myself across distances. What am I? Isn't that quantum physics? Yeah, that's just quantum physics, you know? What's it called? The Higgs boson thing, whatever? Or am I thinking of something else? Anyway, the Higgs boson particle. Or am I making that up? Hold on. I feel like I'm making that up. Is that like some random thing I'm thinking of? The Higgs boson. Right, the Higgs boson, which I don't even know if it is quantum physics, actually. I don't know if it's in relation to quantum physics, but the first thing I think of is the Higgs boson. The Higgs particles. For some reason I was thinking of like the Higgins boson. No, Higgs boson. I don't know what it means, actually, to be honest. But like, I just think, for some reason when I think of quantum physics, I think of the Higgs boson. And apparently it's like important to quantum physics, I think? I don't know. I could be wrong. Anyway. But yeah, that's what the quantum physics... In fact, I think that's how computers, you know, work, right? The idea that something exists in one state, but if you try to like, you know, look at it, you know, you try to observe it with an instrument, it changes state if you do that. And somehow computer engineers have used that to like make computers, I think. Something like that. I could be wrong. That's very like simplifying it a lot, but like I think that has something to do with like quantum physics, I think. Or I don't know, I'm not sure. Anyway, Dakota, that was really impressive. I didn't think you guessed any of them, but you got them all. That's a compliment, by the way. Thank you for the time. I'll still have to test this on the other classmates, because maybe you're as smart as I am, which is rare. Good luck to you. I got a pen flashlight. I've changed time itself. I now have a flashlight. Yeah, you know? Unlike, in the other timeline. No. Wow, you're quite the artist. Okay, so what happens if I just do this now? What if I don't bring Olivia with me, you know? What happens then? I'll get Google ready then. Alright, good luck. I'll keep drawing here. I'll probably go to the cafeteria anyway. I don't think that choice matters that much. At least for the plot. Maybe for the actual full game, you know, like it matters like which options you choose because it affects your, you know, relationship meter, you know, the different characters obviously. And that like affects an ending, something like that. Pretty cool, dude. Not that simple. Dakota knows now. Knows what? I'm going to abandoned hospital. So I should go there at least once. Try a new camera. Who says ghosts are invisible? How are we gonna get in? I got keys to the gate. Exactly. You're in. I'm in. You want to go? Oh, this is actually different. Actually, I'll just say yes. I'm going. Never mind. You're acting strange. You know, I've been dating. You're friend zone, stupid. Get it. Okay. Leave the bag. No. Okay, so this time Olivia didn't show up with us, so this is an altered timeline. I'm assuming in the full game that means something, I guess. Olivia just never gets involved, which is interesting. I wonder if that changed. I imagine like I don't know, like I feel like in a typical like video game with multiple endings and like multiple characters who can die or something like that, I imagine like a golden ending is when you have everyone survive. So if you don't have Olivia, maybe you can't get like the true special ending, you know, or whatever. Some imperfections, they try to look flawless. That looks slightly different actually, which is interesting, but next wedding, we just in the arena. Took you so long, yada yada yada. I'll go get her, hurry up. And let's stick together. Guys, sorry I'm late, yada yada, okay. Our clouds. It's funny, it's like, it's so clear that, what's her face? I already forgot her name. Olivia. It's so clear that Olivia needs, like, what should be there, right? It's like she's drawn in this CG or this sprite to have her there, but then now she's missing. It's so it's obvious that she's not there, you know. Anyway, we have a flashlight, by the way. We have a mini pen flashlight. Kenny gave it to me. That looks pretty flimsy. Looks perfectly fine. Kenny's a total fake. Okay. Look, how come you didn't enter the Olympiad? You're definitely the brightest among us. Sus. I even see your name in the honor roll, and it's not that big of a deal. The grade's already good, and winning only gets you 2 automatic A's. Not worth all the extra work if you ask me. That's some smart thinking. I'll share homework for snacks. Okay, yeah. Math problems only have one right answer. Essays might be trickier. We gotta stick together against that tyrant. I'll give you even more cookies. And it's rain. Okay. Oh, my internet is a little spotty at the moment. Uh-oh. Hopefully I'm still live. Kind of like inconvenient, I feel like, at the end of the stream here that, that my internet is cutting out. I'm gonna end soon. It's just, I just want to see this little extra part just to see the differences. But there are some differences, it seems like. That is interesting. I do like how the game does account for the different branches, right, of your decisions. So that's kind of cool. Alright. I think, hey guys, I think we're cooked. We have to use the Sigma Riz grind set and like Mew in order to defeat this gate, I guess. I don't know, anyway. No flashlight this time, by the way. There was a flashlight here, but now there isn't. I guess, you know, if you don't get the pen flashlight, the game just gives you one. Is the idea. I'm assuming. Alright, well, just 1971. I'm a time traveler. I just know the answer. And nobody questions that, you know? We just know the answer right away. Now, it'd be kind of cool if the game acknowledges that, you know? But oh well. Is this really the hospital? Yep. Looks pretty menacing. Alright, there you go. And that's just the game. 15% of the game. The full game is 85%. I guess 85% done, I guess. Alright. There we go. I think that's it for this game. I just want to, you know, I just want to see the slightly different, or rather, you know, the slight differences that could happen depending on the different decisions. So, you know, it's interesting. But anyway, I think I'm good for today. So there you go. That's it for today. Just press a little button, I guess. You know, we played the demo of Unfriendly Friend. We also played the demo of Purgatory something. What's it called? Purgatory Flower, I think. Yeah, Purgatory's Flower. Again, the first game was a little bit rough. I'm hoping that it gets smoothing. You know, it's smoothing now. You know, I hope the full release, you know, is a little bit more polished up, I guess, because I do like the art style and the idea of the game is just really cool. And of course, the Unfriendly Friend demo, I do have my reservations, I guess. Is that the right word? You know, I do have my hesitations whether or not I would like the full game, but I guess we'll see. It depends on how it pans out, you know. Maybe the rest of the story is like super engaging and interesting. Who knows? I don't know yet. But I'll probably look at some reviews maybe before I actually try out the game myself, but I guess we'll see. Anyway, but I think that'll be it for today. Let me just say, my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday, noon Eastern time, usually. And I guess next time, I'll play some other video games. But there you go. Again, thanks for watching, thanks for coming by, and I'll see you around.